Good day and good evening, because that's the time where I am, and welcome to Dailies Hangout stream with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. As usual, we'll be going through... Whoops, let me just clear this. Totally not for a future video or anything. We'll be going through our daily roulettes. We will specifically be skipping, again, as usual, main scenario and guild test, mentor and frontline. Once we've done the dailies, we will also be doing P12N and Thea. So the reason why we do those two is because they have a weekly to do. Thea with the coin to upgrade gear, and P12N gives these knives or sword tokens that you need for comedy weapons. Although you might not care that much about that, but it is a weekly and it is fun to do P12N. So there. With that said, hey Tristan, hey Castle, hey Rust, hey Ultro, hey Han, hey Silvermint, and hey FFXIV and Dirk. I hope you're doing very well. Thank you so much, FFXIV. And hey Aridel, hope you're doing well as well. Dirk says, for new players, which class or job would you advise? If you're a completely new player, it all depends on what you want, what role you want, and how hard you want it to be. If you want to be a tank, and you want it, if you want to be a tank, you can choose either warrior or paladin. Paladin has a much simpler attack rotation for the first many levels, but warrior is slightly stronger defensively for some reason due to self-healing. Also, hey, Elvarian, and thank you so much for joining the Cult of the Pink. I hope you enjoy the emotes. Thank you. If you want to play a healer, then your only option is Conjurer into White Mage. But the thing is, White Mage is considered the basics healer. It is the one that should be the easiest to use. It doesn't have that many things going on compared to some of the other healers. However, some of the other healers might be easier to play once you've gotten over the intro phase of learning everything. But you would have to start with White Mage because it's the only one offered at level 1. If you want to be a DPS and you want it easy, then as Gazel says, Arcanist, which becomes Summoner, is considered the easiest DPS job. Just hands down, it's the easiest one. But it has the simple rotation it has is explained with a lot of text sometimes, so it can be a little overwhelming to understand what the job wants you to do if you're not sure. You can always overcome this with a guide, of course, but the job is very simple once you get to know it. If you want something harder, then Black Mage is considered one of the hardest jobs in the game, if not the hardest. Monk is also considered extremely hard. And if you don't want casters, then Dragoon is a middle ground, I would say. Bard is also a middle ground, and I'm suggesting these jobs specifically because many of the other jobs you cannot choose at level 1. But yeah, my best suggestion would be, if there's a job you think looks interesting, Dirk, I have shorts on this channel. If you just write in YouTube search, write Summoner Rotation Caetsu Chaiji, there's a reasonable chance you'll find my guides on Summoner, and you'll also find my short on Summoner, which demonstrates in 1 minute how the rotation works for Summoner. You can do it for basically any job, so you can see, well, how does this look at level 90? Does that look interesting? You can also watch the guides to see, does this make sense? Do I think this looks interesting? So I can get a taste. I also have some older videos where I compare the jobs in each category. But some of them, some of the information there might be a bit old, and some of it might feel a bit overwhelming because I sometimes have taken a bit of a priority and focusing on how the job plays at max level and things like that. But yeah, remember that you can just change. You can just switch to a different job if you don't like the job you ended up with. You can change to other jobs by level 10, I think. So you're not stuck. By level 15, you have access to all the like all the classes and jobs that were in the character creation screen, and also ninja. Hey Kensley, hope you're doing well. Yeah, exactly, as Rust says, you can just hop around. You don't have to choose a main today. Also, I see there's a lot of people in the garden. If you are in EU, in an EU data center, remember that we are here in Louisoix Chaos. You're welcome to come by. Most of the people, basically everyone here, are people that are in the chat. But yeah, what we'll be doing today is I will specifically playing Dark Knight. What I know is that a lot of players find Dark Knight very hard to play, especially in like dungeon content where you have to deal with defensive cooldown cycling, and it makes sense because Dark Knight has the weirdest toolkit for that of all the tanks. They have the weirdest invulnerability. Their short cooldown is not like it is strong at what it's good at, but it is not that good at dealing with mobs that are just continuously bashing at you. It's very good at minimizing 1 or 2 hits, and it is possibly the best at doing that in some contexts because it stacks really well with other defensive cooldowns. But that's not super helpful when Warrior becomes immortal for 8 seconds on AoE, for example. So I will be specifically playing I'll specifically be playing Dark Knight this stream. By the way, I'm sorry that you took back your message. I thought it was very sweet. Thank you. Right, so to go through the list, the way that we usually do it is that I go to a specific spot in my garden here, and then those that want to come for specific roulette walks over to me, and then I'll try to grab 3 people so that we like cycle, so it's not like the same group every time. And if we're enough people, we can always have multiple groups. With that said, if you want to come along for expert roulette, come on over to me. Come on down. Oh wow. We have a newcomer. Thank you, Manuel Turbo. I'm really glad to hear that. And I hope you enjoy your continued journey in Eorzea. Assuming you're still in specifically Eorzea. Thank you, Crystal. I appreciate that. I'm glad that my guides have helped you all. And that makes it a lot more worth it to make them. See here. A lot of people. Mostly looking for people that I haven't seen log in for ages that I haven't spoken to. Right. Do we only have... Are we only 3 in total that wants to do expert roulette? Is there no one else that wants to join for expert roulette? Yazel wants to come. Fair enough. BSL says if you give me a couple, I'm logging light now. Maybe you can join for level 90 roulette. I'll like, as I said, we'll just cycle through. Ultras is not sure how to unlock expert roulette. You need to you basically need to complete the MSQ. Like, it not exactly, but basically, once this is to be continued, you should have Expert Roulette, because the only 2 dungeons in the Expert Roulette are the 2 newest dungeons that are in the MSQ. Also, hey BSR. Hey Kiki, hope you're doing well. Hey Nonsense. Is it Nate Nonsense? Hope you're doing well. I'm glad to have you. So this is something that I've spoken about in my healers from a tank's perspective video somewhat recently, is that what is the best way to use your defensive cooldowns somewhat depends on who your healer, like what job your healer is. And with a scholar, I recommend spreading out your defensives a bit more so that you can maintain the same damage reduction. So, like, for example, just doing this for a demonstration, but here, once Shadow Wall ends, I use Arm's Length and Oblation to, like, further reduce the damage. Not super impactful when there's 3 mobs left, so there was no need to do that, but it was more a case of demonstration. We killed those really fast, by the way. I feel like they usually last just a little bit longer. Rule 11 joined before. It usually shows up as we're fighting the big fish. Can you? These frost beasts. Hey Traverse, hope you're doing well. Right, so everyone keep an eye out for 11. Can't remember if this is a magic attack. It's a physical attack, so that Dark Missionary did nothing. Nope, we have a damage buff. And this is also something that can sometimes not be entirely obvious when you, like, if you watch a guide on optimizing a job, is that you have those, like, 2-minute bursts every 2 minutes, where Dark Knight wants to stockpile their resources for those bursts every 2 minutes. But if your group isn't coordinating their buffs, so there are no there's not raid buffs in that time frame, then it's actually better to spend whatever you do have whenever you observe, oh, there's a buff up of some sort. Like, when you see there is something, you just spend there instead of, like, stockpiling. This is mostly in, you know, less coordinated content, you know, more casual focused content, you could say. Wait. But my TBN. My TBN. And that's also not to say that you should sit on your cooldowns for the eventuality that there will be a raid buff. You should, of course, use things that need to be used on cooldown, but for example, you can save a little bit of blood gauge and save some MP so that you can use it when you see it, like when you see the buff. But other things like Carven Spit that needs to be used on cooldown, you can't really wait for a raid buff. That one just has to go when it's there. Also, hey 11. you were just lurking. Fair enough. Also, yeah, Crystal, it is One of the best, absolutely best looking bosses, isn't it? Fish with legs. And I mean that genuinely. It's like, it would have been perfect for like the for the patch trailer. Like, oh yeah, you'll be fighting this. They decided to go with the big bear we're coming to shortly instead. It didn't exactly pan out the way that I wanted it to. I was slow to pull because I was waiting for sprint to come off cooldown. Guess your night wasn't so black. I was a little shocked. I put it on Gasol because I expected it to break, and then it just didn't. Gasol, you're too strong. You're too powerful. Is this a magic effect? Yes. I always forget to check for these things because often I'm here as like a warrior or a paladin and that doesn't really matter. Mick says it's a good day when your DPS are doing this well in Roulette. Yes, I agree. I have a lot of lucky days because often my groups are filled with people that I know are good. But I'm not specifically choosing people to be in the group because they're good. I'm just choosing people because I want to bring all of you. And then it just so happens that I have a community of really good players. Hey Sin, hope you're doing well. Also hope you're doing well, Mick and Coco. We have Arcane Circle. Not the wheel says do you only need to do Thea. No, you do have to do all three. The reason why we're specifically always doing Thea is because that one you can only do once per week, so it's extra crucial to get it done. The Aglaya and Euphrosyne or Eurovision instead is spammable. So if like you fall behind on those coins, you can just get them later, so it's not a problem. But Thea you have to make sure you do every week because it has a weekly knockout on the coin. That's the main difference. I'm doing well, Sin. I hope you're doing well as well. And also, heck, Yuraheen. Hope you're doing well. The Suit Grey Knight. Coco says, can't believe they added Volibear to Final Fantasy XIV. Well, they added Volibear and then crystallized him, kinda. And also removed his armor, if I remember correctly. Isn't that strange? Hey, Zach. Hope you're doing well. No! The sad, sad blood weapon ticking out. Hey, Liv. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, you just need to do... you, like, basically, Wheel, you just have to do one run of the layer every week. And as long as you do that, you will get, like, the coins that you have to get. The other 2 coins, you also need one of each for gear upgrades. But the key difference is that you can do a Glaya 10 times in a week. And each time will give you a coin. So you can safely fall behind on that one. Case in point, for a few weeks ago, I think. Can't remember if it was last week or 2 or 3 weeks ago, but I had like a week where I did Aglaya and Eurovision, like 6 times each. Because I was that far behind on coins. That's also why you'll see that I don't have any of those coins in my inventory now. Because I finished. I ran out. Oh, whoops! That was really stupid. I needed those resources for living shadow. Oops. Oh well. Steam, you'll have to wait a bit. Go! I choose you! It's Volibas Cars and the idiot bear. Less smart. More jumpies. Oh, whoops. Hey, Myself. This isn't a random stream. This is the weekly planned Dailies Hangout stream. The weekly planned Dailies Hangout stream. Girian says, seeing Living Shadow or Automaton Queen standing in AoEs will never not make me kinda think someone just ended up not getting out of the way. Here's a funny thought, Girian. There was a time where summoner pets had an HP bar, and summoner pets could get hit and killed by boss mechanics, which meant you actually had to make sure they didn't. Like, you actually, as a summoner, you had to, like, manage them so they didn't just stand in the thing. And I'm not sure if they got like an AoE resistance or something, but in Shadowbringers they didn't have an HP bar anymore. Fair enough, Myself. I was just making sure. There are others that like come into these streams and actually say, I didn't even know you streamed. I know you know because you're in the streams regularly, but I feel like... Actually, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure Vicel started watching these streams back when the Tuesday streams were PvP streams. Is that right? Hey, Ymir. Hope you're doing well. I think I'm winning. Right. That was really fast. How long did that take us? Like 11 minutes? Emil says, can I join? Are you here? You can join, sure. The next one we're doing is level 90 dungeons. BSR also mentioned wanting to join, so like I'll just start with that I know BSR said they want to come, Emir says they want to join, so I'll get those. And then I'll go over here and say if you want to come along for level 90 dungeons, come over to me. Are you in game yet, Emir? Eureka streams when? Eventually. Pray stop greeting. We are a lot of people, by the way, so if people want to like do other roulettes, this is a great opportunity too. Hey Shakespeare, hope you're doing well. See, the good news there, Kiki, is that even back then, if you ordered your pet to go somewhere, it would. So it wouldn't just get smacked, but you had to be the one to tell it. It didn't understand what an AoE is. It'll just get smacked if you don't do anything about it. Weavering. I mean, it does sound kind of stressful. The good news were that back when pets had HP bars, Titan Eggy could tank. Like, it could tank open world stuff for you. I believe there was like one specific case where there was an encounter that was actually like not bad to use Titan Eggy to tank with. Which is ridiculous when you think about it, but you can't even do that anymore, because if you don't have an HP bar, you can't tank anything. Yeah, Vicils, eventually, I have a bunch of things in the works, so eventually we'll get to that.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star.
Yeah, that too, Traverse. Would be a decent backup tank. Also, yeah, if you're, like, in Endwalker MSQ, then this might be a pretty gigantic spoiler for you right now.
Until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupted.
Traverse says I had trouble with boss 2 and 3 here. Well, I'll try my best to give some pointers for these bosses. All 3 of them are shockingly difficult, in my opinion. And this pull is also very, very rough. For some reason they always make these guys with the big floppy arms hit like way hard for some reason. It's like the jerk anglerfish, you know. Hey Oscar, hope you're doing well.
Those who lived and festered, those who died and decayed.
Right, so the tip here is make sure you have the wind in your back. Make sure you have the wind in your back. Because if you have the wind blowing in your face, then you are almost certainly going to get run over by all these AoEs. As long as you have the wind in your back, then this becomes almost completely trivial. After that, there's going to be the chase AoEs. It is much easier if the group stacks together for those, so that the AoEs stack on top of each other. This is especially true because the next mechanic after that is the triangles where you have to stand with a friend. So if everyone stack together, then this becomes completely trivial. There you go. Exactly, the cuddle markers. That's a good one. And then we have wind in your back. And there's a donut AoE before, so don't go too soon. And then we go. You don't even have to move very much, as you can see. You just have to find the hole. And normally I would, of course, also turn the boss. I would actually, like, as the AoEs are going, I would, like, gradually turn the boss so that the melee DPS can get to the back. But given that there are no melee DPS, I'm just not bothering in this case.
And the very last of them wished they had never been born at all.
That's rough, Oscar. I haven't had very many dungeon abandons myself. I've had one in Gimlet Dark with a tank and a healer that just could not get the final boss. So, like, the DPS jobs couldn't raise, and the tank was a Dark Knight, so they couldn't survive without the healer. And the healer would die to the mechanic. And there was nothing we could do because there was, like, spread markers on top of everything else. I also had one go in Aurum Vale where we had to abandon, and that one was also a gear issue. The reason being that the tank had the level 30 weapon you get as a Dark Knight. They had not done their job quest, so they didn't have most of their kit. And most of their gear was outdated. The healer was a Sprout, and their weapon was level 35 and was a White Mage. So they were also under-geared. So the problem was that the tank could not hold aggro from me and the other DPS, where we both had full Ironworks Magitech gear. And at the same time, so on the first boss, we had to, like, either throttle our damage so that we didn't over-aggro the boss, or we had to, like, go full blast to try and kill the boss before it killed us. But the healer didn't actually have the like, it didn't have enough healing for us to throttle, and absolutely didn't have the healing to have a DPS tank instead. So after a few tries, we had to abandon because, well, the only alternative was if the tank and or the healer willingly left. Like, if either one of them willingly decided they had to leave. It was a very cursed run. We also cleared every single mob in the first room, because back then, mobs in dungeons still gave XP. So on this boss, this is actually a lot different from the first boss, because as you saw on the first boss, you can get extremely... Oh, I needed that for my Living Shadow. Let's see how many times I make that mistake this stream. The first boss, you can overcome most of the mechanics by simply standing together. Like, many of the mechanics, it's actually easier for everyone if we just, like, decide to stand on top of each other. For this one, it's the opposite, because most mechanics are, like, finished with a spread marker. So you have to find your own answer to each mechanic. Which means that often you, like, spread out to, like, cardinal positions or something like that. It's not that, like, strategized, but you usually spread out so you don't overlap your spread markers. Because you simply don't have time to get out of the way once the mechanic has resolved. Which means, like, a mechanic like this one, it's difficult to explain. But let me put it like this. Those AoEs coming out of the boss, I haven't noticed it happening the first time, but the second time it does that mechanic, it actually has like one of the areas, like one of the sections that it does like those lines of circle AoEs actually is filled in, so you can't stand between two. Like it has an extra one, so there's, instead of being I think 5 safe lines, there's only 4. And if you chose to stand on the fake safe spot, then you die. You can move in time, but if you don't realize that you can actually end up choosing the fake safe spot, then you might just get sniped. Yeah, that's like the mean mechanic here is specifically this one, because one of the columns gets, you can see there it filled in, I think. No, wait, that's not there. Where's it? Oh, there it is. See there? There's 3 next to each other, so it doesn't work. You can't stand there. So if I had stayed where I started, I would have been sniped.
And when one asked, what is the point? There were none left to
Dark
ask.
mind moment. Elimination. That sounds like magic. Also, hey, call me goat. Hey, goats, actually. That would be the most appropriate way for me to say that, right? Hope you're doing well. I had to abandon myself as a healer and armor. Mechanics was too much. The first beast, as well as me getting from a level 60 healer kit in Roulettes to 80. Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, the thing is, I don't think there's anything wrong. Like, if you feel like you're like you feel overwhelmed that it's too much, then I don't think there's anything wrong with like leaving and going, okay, I can't do this. Like that's nothing wrong with that. Like, sometimes you just have to do that if you feel like it's too difficult. So I think that's actually very, very good of you that you decided that I can't do this.
What if people had gained from ease? They lost to apathy.
Mixes got absolutely betrayed on that mechanic yesterday. The summoner ran away from me to the other side of the room. I reached out and no one was there. Aw. This is something that I saw a lot when the first raid tier was the thing. Well, I see a slipstream. I'll try and get it over here. Never mind. All of them are stunned. That's no one's fault. That is just how it is. It's just how it be. I'll stand still for the limit break. Yeah, the thing is, I've heard a lot of people actually complain, like outright complain, that they hate it when their healer is a white mage, because there's the weird thing with benediction, and there's the awkwardness with managing holy and all that. But I don't know. It's not so bad. I think it's genuinely fine. It's just like, it's just slightly different. It's just a matter of like thinking about it, which is what I like. I was trying to play around the fact that I have a summoner in my group, but then I forgot that I also had to play around the fact that I have a white mage in my group. But I have genuinely seen a lot of people complain about holy. Exactly, Travis. It's like a 7-second hallowed ground for everyone. And the thing is, what it does cost you is that because the mobs have already been stunned, it removes your your ability to use your low blow as crowd control, for example. Like, you can't stop an attack with that because the stun has already, like, the stun immunity has already been built up. But it's, you know, it's just a part of it. Like, the weirdest one that I've seen is warriors complaining that their healer is a white mage because then they don't get the maximum value out of their bloodwetting. And I'm sitting there thinking, sure you do. You just use it like a little later if that's such big of a deal. Or you can use it sooner. I don't think you need the bloodwetting if the mobs are stunned for 7 seconds. You already had plenty of self-healing, so you're probably fine. There's also the argument that some warriors like to lead with vengeance because it does damage. Which makes sense. Makes sense, it's a damage gain, but not if your healer's a white mage. Because the white mage is just going to stop the enemies from attacking. But that is just another reason to lead with your short cooldown. So that it so that your big meaty cooldown vengeance doesn't get wasted because you miscalculated when the healer was going to stun everything. I don't have that much advice for this particular fight. Some said that this was a particularly hard one. I don't really have any like strict advice on that. It's just it is a pretty strong boss. Like, its raid-wide, the warm glow hits really hard for a dungeon boss, and many of its mechanics are extremely punishing. A tip here is that the butterflies resolve first. Yeah, that's something. But other than that, like, the best advice I can give is the boss hits hard. Be ready for it. Which isn't particularly helpful, I know. Myself says, Monk needs a distance attack. I think we've talked about a little bit previously. But something that I think is really important to consider is that these days, with all the jobs having a lot of things in common, like basically have the same tools sometimes, is that by jobs having the same toolkits, or almost the same toolkit, is that means that their weaknesses is what really makes them stand out. Like, Paladin has an if you really boil it down to the absolute basics, like simplify everything, then Paladin and Gunbreaker's rotation are weirdly similar. The difference is that Paladin is not really hurt that much by downtime, and Paladin has cover, for example, and Passage of Arms, which, like, Divine Veil is more comparable to to Heart of Light, and and like, that's one example. Another example is, of all the melee DPS, there's one and only one of them that does not have a ranged attack. That is Monk's weakness. And sometimes there isn't like a core key weakness you can highlight. But like, having a weakness makes a job seem more unique. Like, exactly like, for example, you not having a ranged attack means that you have to approach content in a different way than a lot of other players have, like a lot of other jobs have to. CJ says, I love having a white mage as my healer while tanking. Well, there you go. I don't mind it. Like, I realize some of the parts where I'm like, that's mildly annoying with the stuns, but I don't actually care. Like, as Sin says, real question, why do people take dungeons so seriously? Indeed. Mixes prance is usually what kills most of my groups. Yeah, the thing you can do there is, if you feel like prance is too scary or too difficult, is try to not greed it. Like, you should have enough. Like, you're not running a timer. Like, you are perfectly safe to just not attack during it if you need it. Like, if you need the safety of just ignoring the boss for a moment, then do that. It's better that way. And then eventually you can build up to learn, oh, if the boss is moving like this, I can move like that. Like, you saw that I had almost 100% attack uptime while the boss was doing prance. Because I learned the boss looks at where it's going to jump first. And it has 2 patterns. And I have a pretty good idea of where to go for each pattern. So I'll just, work on that. But it is a really mean mechanic because prance hurts in like a lot if you get hit by it. Trevor says, first time I was here, I got clipped by the butterflies and got doomed. Healer didn't Asuna. Yeah, the thing is that with those kinds of mechanics, sometimes the healer just completely forgets to use Asuna because they're not used to people getting hit by it. Like, they don't even notice. Top Down Forever says, I'm a new player. I see myself looking at the skill bar constantly to keep track of cooldowns. As a veteran yourself, do you still have to look at the cooldowns often or muscle memory? It's a little bit of a mix. So, what's a good way to explain this? A thing that you'll have to learn is how much information you need. It depends on what job you are, of course. Like, that is a huge factor in how much you have to look down. Like, for example, if you're a dancer, then you kind of need to look down and go, can I use reverse cascade? Can I use fountain fall? Which button do I need to press next? Because that's random. You can't just, like, you have to be able to see it somewhere, right? But with a lot of jobs, you can learn specific times you have to look. Like, if your rotation, like, if your cooldowns are lining up, so if you had your opener, you used everything, then let's say you're a dragoon. Most of your cooldowns are exactly 30 seconds, exactly 1 minute, or exactly 2 minutes. And the only real exception to that is Life Surge. Which means that if you keep track of jumps cooldown, like just jump or a Geistgegul, like one of those two, then whenever those are coming up, you can go, okay, well, is Lance Charge ready? And whenever Lance Charge is ready, you can then move on and go, okay, so is Battle Litany ready? Because, like, that's your cream of the crop, usually the first 30-second cooldown you use in a burst of any kind. Lance Charge you usually use first among your bigger cooldowns, and Battle Litany and Dragon Sight are usually used together anyway. So you just need to know, when are my 30-second cooldowns coming up, when are my 60-second cooldowns coming up, and when are my 2-minute cooldowns coming up. And one way you can do this, if you feel like you're staring at your bars too much, this is not something everyone likes to do, but this is something you could do, is you can have, like, it doesn't have to be here. Most people put it underneath their character. But you can have a hotbar here. And if you make a macro that says, for example, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. This. Then it will actually show the cooldown of Geistgegul. Like, exactly. But, you can see here, when I press it down here, it says not yet ready, because it's actually trying to use Geistgegul. But when I press here, it says nothing. And it will do nothing, because the macro didn't actually include the part where it says use Geistgegul. It just says, this is the icon. So, like, that's a way you can do it. You can just, like, have a few buttons. If you have a lot, like, if you don't have a full bar filled out, then it often looks nicer if you do this, so that it hides all of the buttons you don't have in use while you're not assigning anything. But that is a way you can do it. But I can say, for your comfort, perhaps, that it is perfectly normal that you had to look down at your hotbars, because your hotbars are where your cooldowns are. But you don't, like, there's many ways you can do this. And you will get better acquainted with your rotation as you get better at your jobs and as you get more experience. Top down. Muel says Monk should have a range attack in the same way that Black Mage has a melee. Throw a rock for 1 damage. I saw your first question, the question about why people take dungeons so seriously, Sin. There isn't really an answer to that. It's just that some people really, really want to do the best. Top down says I'm maining Gunbreaker. In that case, I would recommend keeping track of Gnashing Fang and No Mercy, and potentially Bloodfest. Because that's like the big ones. Everything else kind of lines up with those 3. But yeah, for Gunbreaker, I usually just like, I have sort of a pretty good idea of what order I have to press everything in. It's the kindest, most gentle of beasts after all. Sin says, when do they usually release the job action trailer before new expansion, or is it just when they feel like it? I think it's kind of when they feel like it. A part of this is that they wouldn't release a trailer before they know, before they have a really good idea of when the game is coming out. Because the thing is, if they're like, we already have a demonstration of like the very, very broad idea of like, or very, very vague idea of what Vibra and Pictomancer do. But like, there's often like trailers coming out where they like show off all the new actions for every job. But they wouldn't show that until they know exactly what those actions are. And what I can say is that just because those trailers are out doesn't necessarily mean that everything is set in stone. To give an example of this is that when Endwalker came out, a certain amount of time before Endwalker's actual release, there was a trailer showing off all the actions, and like a little bit after that, all of the tank and all of the healer tooltips got leaked somewhere. And this gave us weird anecdotes, such as originally Holos only healed. It's worth noting that the shield that Holos provides was added later in Endwalker as a buff. But originally, Holos was literally identical to Fey Blessing. Like, it was literally Fey Blessing. And you might be saying, so where did that damage reduction come from? Well, Noema used to, in addition to everything else it says here, also give that damage reduction. Like, Noema just did a little bit of everything. It was quite loaded. So they decided to move that over to Holos, apparently. And the only reason we know that is because, you know, we saw the leak, saw the tooltip, and went, huh, interesting. And then it was different on actual release. Hey Derby, hope you're doing well. And hey Skip, hope you're doing well as well. Let me just see if there's anything else. Yeah, we don't know for sure when they put out trailers, to my knowledge. How come Sage actually gets to have shields? But what? Well, it's a barrier healer. Anyway, if you want to come along for a 5, 6, 7, 8 roulette, 50, 60, 70, 80 dungeon roulette, come on over to me. I'll refresh our group here. We have 3 new entrants. As usual, I'll bring I'll mix around every time. OGCT heals. Well, I guess it's what makes them different from scholars. I do see a lot of people here, so once again, you might be able to like make an additional group if you want to. Enjoy your meeting, Traverse, or at least try to. Oh. Yatsui, thank you for coming. Yeah, I think that's the thing, Oscar, is that what makes Sage and Scholar different in this particular aspect is that Scholar has like 1 Giga Shield with Adloquium deployment tactics. Scholar instead has like the... I know there's no more mobs, but I find it easier to deal with this by pulling them all the way down. Removes some of the running. But it means that Sage then instead like patches together a big shield from a whole bunch of things, and the only way to do that in a reasonable way is if they're all if most of them are OGCT. Oh boy. It's always fun with the mobs, like exactly spaced enough that you can't really hit them all. I'm kind of hanging on that thing since said why do people take dungeons so seriously? I do think that is an interesting question, because I do think that what it really boils down to is that some players are actually very, very focused on the fact that every second that they spend in a dungeon, they could be spending anywhere else. The difference is that in other MMOs, that kind of logic stems from I could go out and do, you know, other content in the game that could give me better gear. In Final Fantasy XIV, there's less that, but there's still a reason. Like, you could be doing literally anything else with your life than be in that dungeon. But if you're so focused on max and on optimizing that any inconvenience whatsoever is annoying, then maybe you're not doing your expert roulette for fun. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, you can't stand and fight that one. That's a bad idea. I commend the bravery, though. Wow. That's really funny. Maybe if I just ignore him. Just lava pouring down on you. It's probably fine. Hey Gleaming and hey Jester, I hope you're both doing very well. Yeah, exactly. Is that you don't have to like be like super sweaty optimizing every single second of a dungeon. Like, you don't have to do that. But there's a difference between doing that because you can and you think it's fun to do that, and doing that because you feel like you have to, because otherwise you're wasting time. Like the difference between speedrunning because you're speedrunning, and the difference between doing something fast because you can. And that's also true, Oscar. The key difference here is that there's a difference between single pulling 2 packs, and expecting everyone to pull everything. Like, there are, like, different extremes. I also think that a lot of the time, single pulling is a little too careful. But there is a middle ground. That's also why most of my guides recommend that you at least make your build up to 2. Like, practice and at least pull 2 packs. If you pull 2 packs at a time, then people are a lot less likely to get antsy and pull for you. If you just pull 2 packs. There are exceptions where it's like, yeah, you pull 2 packs, but there are 3 packs here. So if you don't pull both. If you don't pull that one too, then we'll have a single pack after this one, and then they'll pull it for you. But it's more the principle of it doesn't have to be wall-to-wall pull every time. As long as you pull, like, as much as you can take. And that's also true, Traverse. A lot of drama stories have a tendency to be that someone made a mountain out of a molehill. But that's great, Chester. I think Lunar Subterrane is pretty cool. I think I'll probably learn to appreciate it more once it cycles out of Expert Roulette with Dawn Trail. Or maybe I just won't because I'll never have it because it's in 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 Roulette instead. You consider that. How often do you get the level 60 dungeon, or like level 80 dungeons even, when you queue for 5, 6, 7, 8? That is also a big part of when I made that video of Forgotten Dungeons recently. Is that basically all of the dungeons that I listed there were dungeons that in their prime, like when they were new, were basically obligatory. You couldn't not have them. Like, you had to unlock them for whichever reason. Like, you had to. Which means that there are a lot of people that were like, I can't believe that you had the audacity to suggest that Never Reap is forgettable, considering that in Heavensward, like 7 or 8 years ago, it was unavoidable. Like, you would get it all the time. It actually had a meme name called Always Reap because you got it all the time. But that was 7 years ago. And nowadays, we barely see it. I'm glad to hear that, Catch. And I'm glad to hear that you caught the stream. Glad to have you. Thank you so much. How do you have your party members' names as like red for DPS and green for healer? This is something you can set in the settings. I can show you after. I also have a video on that subject, actually. With more things. I can show you after the dungeon. Or maybe I can show it in between pulling, like this. The display name settings, general. And here, you can even customize which color. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that, Nox. Personally, I have no problem with it. I can see the different nuances of red here just fine, personally. But I understand why others do that. Do people still accuse you of using a mod for the name colors? Rarely. And it's usually players that haven't actually played the game for a while that are like thinking of coming back to the game, for example, so they don't even realize that these changes have come. And I think it's extra funny because I made a video on the subject of how to get this. Like, I specifically made a video how to get this not soon after it was added. Like, a rather short time after, actually. Specifically because a lot of people would find it helpful. Oh, it's striking through the middle. What do you mean, Myself? We're talking about role-specific names. Like, role-specific name colors. Eleven says, I always give Tastasha Heart or Copperbell. That is surprising. That is... Copperbell is a little bit surprising, but... quite ironic that I make a video listing Tastasha Heart as a old and forgotten dungeon, and then we have Moogle Treasure Trove specifically adding Tastasha Heart, and specifically Tastasha Heart as one of the dungeons you can do for Mock Tomes. Among an extremely short list of level 50 content. Oh, I don't have that? Right, I put a link to the video with the name stuff if anyone's interested in more of that, because you can also make those colors in your party chat. It says, got Temple of the Fist in 50 to 80 the other day and forgot it existed. No one remembered the shield mechanic on the second boss, and we all collected Vuln stacks. Like, really? The one where he parries from front and back or sides? That one? Like, the mechanic that is also in Thokastok? The one that we see Ravana use at least once every time we have Ravana? That one? That is pretty funny. Yeah, I did Temple of the Fist solo, like, quite a few weeks ago on these solo challenge streams. And Temple of the Fist is very soloable by a regular job. But I specifically saw that mechanic, was like, oh, I know exactly how to deal with that mechanic. It's just really awkward if you're the tank, because if the boss does front and back blocking, then you just, as the main tank, you kind of just have to just stand there. Pretty much. Right, so if you want to come along for a leveling roulette, come over to me. By the way, Landia Sky, who's that in the chat? It's you, okay. Hey, this works. Limited leveling. Are we getting Aurum Vale? Right then. Limited leveling roulette with a level 50 in the group, also known as Aurum Vale roulette. Very nice. Extremely well done, everyone. CRM says I haven't actually tried soloing some Shadowbringers dungeons. Imagine some of the leveling ones like Hallminister aren't too bad at this point. You can solo Hallminister Switch synced with a warrior. Like, you don't even need to be level 90. You can do it at level 72. Even with the mechanic where you get chained on the final boss. Because it doesn't actually kill you, it just hurts a lot. Like, I have you can see them on the channel. I have a whole solo challenge stream series with a playlist and everything. And you can find, I'm pretty sure I have one of them with Hallminister Switch in the thumbnail. So you can see how it's done if you want. Solo quickly, right. Yeah, if you want to solo it quickly, I have a feeling that Blue Mage might actually be better at it. Not like fully 100% confident on that one, but reasonably confident on that one. Simply because Blue Mage has all these sorts of crazy things they can do on trash packs. Yeah, Warrior unsynced can solo most content that doesn't require either you meet a specific DPS check or doesn't have a mechanic that outright requires that you have a certain number of players to deal with it. And, like, punishes you with death as a result. In fact, Warrior can solo some of the most silliest things that Warriors can solo is, if you've ever heard of you probably have, the Gigapoles in Mount Gulg. A lot of people say that those are the hardest Gigapoles in the game at the moment. Yeah, Warrior can solo that. Like, they can't solo it by normal means, you have to kite a lot, but they can do it. They don't need anyone else, they can just solo it. Landia, come closer. Just in case. I think we got we did pick up the patrol, so it was probably fine. But sometimes that pack decides to randomly stroll close, and then you get those as well. If you've ever seen anyone do that pull I just did, pulling the mobs around the corner so that you have to come close, that is I used to do that more back in World of Warcraft, is that I would, as a tank, I would sometimes line of sight pull a pack, intentionally pulling the mobs around the corner, so that the ranged players in my group didn't have a good excuse to stand in the middle of the hallway. And I sometimes do it with, in random groups in Final Fantasy XIV as well. It's just far less necessary most of the time. But yeah, that is a trick for any tanks having trouble with their ranged and casters in their groups, just standing around in the hallway and pulling patrols. Just line of sight the ranged players. Thank you, Chester. Just hit like button. Thank you. Smash that! Or something. Yeah, Blue Mage is extra ludicrous in synced old content, but it's already insane unsynced as well. There are things that only Blue Mage can do unsynced, which is really funny when you remember that all of the other jobs have a 10 level advantage still. I'm pretty sure that Blue Mage is like maybe. I'm pretty sure only Blue Mage can skip the intermission on Shiva Extreme still. Because they can one-shot her. And they've been able to do that since, I believe, level 60. Pretty sure it was possible already then. Crazy Bingo says, what's your current favorite DPS to play? Right now, I'm enjoying Black Mage quite a bit. Like, right now. Hey, Vyak, hope you're doing well. Yeah, that sounds, that's interesting. Blue Mage can solo O12S, others cannot. Well, there you go. Blue Mage can solo Susano. Normal jobs cannot. At least not yet. Fun fact. The tank buster on Mice's Mistress here can actually be sidestepped. The reason why you wouldn't want to do that is you basically have to be already in motion on the way to dodge it, to actually dodge it, when the before the cast starts, which means you would have to be spinning the boss for it to work. And that means you might just snipe other people in melee range by accident. So really interesting for soloing, but not very helpful otherwise. I'm glad to hear that, Crazy Bingo, and I hope you enjoy your journey as you go through Heavensward. Yeah, Black Mage is quite hard to play and to master. It has some of the high, I would say it might have the highest skill ceiling because of the amount of stuff you can learn to do with the job. But it is also very strong. So it can be worth the effort. Under 9 minutes, that's pretty good. Oh, my chat overlay broke. I really don't know what is causing it to break. See, that was all the 4-man content, so now we go on to trial. So if you want to come along for trial roulette, come on over to me. And now we can have 8. Astro on controller? Were you playing on controller? Oh, wait, you generally play on controller, right? Ugh, I can't imagine playing Astro. I already imagine it would be brutally difficult to play any healer on a controller. We still have 3 spots, so if me, who else, or Aridel wants to come along, you can. I know Aridel usually does, if there's no one else that wants. Don't know if me, who else just wants to hang out, or maybe wants to come along for trials. Or maybe they're AFK, who knows? Derby says I could, but I feel like by the time I get there, people would have joined. I mean, we have 2 slots. If you want to, you can. Are you on Light or Chaos? Fair enough, Nox. Enjoy your time. If you're coming over now, Derby, I can wait for you in particular. Tristan says White Mage and Scholar are fine on controller in my opinion. How often do you micromanage the position of your pet as a Scholar on controller? Because that's the thing that I feel like people complain about the most with controllers is placed AoEs, which is kinda like the same as placing your pet. And that often people use a macro to just place their placed AoEs on their target because that's way easier and way faster. Whereas with the pet, maybe you don't want EOS placed exactly on your tank. Maybe you want it somewhere else. Oh, now I understand. I hadn't realized. I was wondering, like, aren't we a few people short? Now I realize that it's because there's a 4-man strike squad in doing Kitana Roulettes. They're leveling Roulette. My bad. We're so many here. By the way, Derby, are you on the way? Alright. Where I am? I'm at my house. Have I added that character? What was your character name again? We are on Louis Chaos here. One day I'll have like basically only the community on my friends list. On the one hand, that sounds very impractical. On the other hand, the friends list is very awkward anyway. So I hardly ever use it. Let's see, we have 3 tanks right now. I'm thinking we'll do trials and then normal raids and then alliance raid. Let's see. Oh, wouldn't it be funny if we got Susano or Ravana? I'm guessing it's going to be glorious combat of some sort. It's not glorious combat. It's a sort of combat. That's what we call a big blade. Rejoice in the glory of combat. How? How was it, Catch? I've heard a lot of people say that they feel like it's a little bit underwhelming. I will say that they, if I remember correctly, they have shined up the fight a bit. It used to be way easier. Exactly, Vivi. That's the problem. And also, hey, Vivi. Hope you're doing well. Bro. Oh, he was just sliding over to his position. He just remembered that he has a whole intermission he has to do. Hey, Osman. Hope you're doing well. Zulman says, let's start a petition for Square Enix to force minimum item level on every trial that ends an expansion. I think part of the reason why Doton is this easy is because, like, for example, like, in addition to item level stuff, there's also a lot of, like, feature creep. Like, I don't think it's feature creep, but more like, it's probably just power creep, honestly. In that, in Heavensward, you could miss. So you needed to have, like, hit chance and stuff. Which took up a lot of your, like, a significant portion of your stat budget. Missing a positional also meant your combo ended, rather than you could just, like, you just lost a little bit of damage. Tanks had to, you know, maintain enmity more. Healers had to focus on healing more. So, like, you did a lot of less damage, and you had the capacity to do less damage. So, like, there's a lot of things that mean that the reason why Doton is so easy might be unrelated, like, might not even be only the item level thing. It could be multiple things. Although minimum item level would probably help. In fact, they might even be able to set the item level sync lower than it originally was. Wouldn't that be something? If they made it so that some old content just had a reduced maximum item level just to make it more more challenging. I'm pretty sure they adjusted this one slightly, Vivi. I think they did. I feel like there are some small changes, but hey, it might just be a arc-tempered Elder Dragon syndrome from Monster Hunter World. A case of, did it always do that? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it did. Impossible. Blah. Blah. Are you kidding me, Overlay? What? Why? Why you have to be like that? It is a cool fight. It is absolutely a cool fight. The problem with the fight is specifically, exclusively, that it feels like the boss is like really winding up to a big attack, and then it just kind of just goes, and then nothing happens. Like, those bursts of energy pushing you back as he's readying the attack, but they do nearly no damage. And then the big explosion at the end, it just goes, and you take a little bit of damage. Like, it feels a little bit like the final boss of the current Alliance raid, if that boss did like 1/10 of the damage with that grand finale attack they have. Like, that's what it feels like. The attack they're charging up to is so incredibly powerful that it like causes like wind pressure that is so strong that it hurts you and pushes you back. But it doesn't do any damage, really. And the attack itself doesn't really do any damage. He focuses power to break the screen instead of attacking. Ah, that explains. Right, so next we will do a quick normal raid roulette. And then we'll do a... Maybe we should... That also works. Do we have anyone that wants to come along for for normal raid roulette? We'll do Alliance raid afterwards. And then we'll try to coordinate so we can get as many in as possible. Oh, wow. Wait, why did you leave? Why did you leave if you didn't want to? I think BSR also wants to come. Aradel has told me before they don't want to be in the group if there was someone else who also wanted to be there. I thought I was doing it. No. I said I usually start these streams by saying we're not doing MSQ, Guild Hest, Mentor, and Frontline. And this will probably be quick. In before we we'll get a we'll probably get like A12. But yeah, we have tricks to try and make sure we all land in the same group for well, in the same raid, for Alliance raid. But we can at least try. I can't guarantee it, but there's a good chance. Breath of the Creator. Which one is that again? This is the one with the big goblin boss, isn't it? The easy one. I'm pretty sure the easy one is Fist of the Father. I'll say who's a who. You're doing well. They'll blend together. Well, this one is the one that blue mages learn Gobskin from. There are certainly harder ones. Right, this one with all the traps on the floor and all that. Lame Bricks, by the way. Incredible name. How do you get such a name? Yeah, my name is Lame Bricks. Bonk. Wait, no one got hit by it. Incredible. That usually doesn't happen. Not just questionable as whole pigs. I suppose you're right. Oof. Destroy him. This character is also a boss fight in your... This guy? Wait, how? Or is it like a similar guy? Or is it actually Lame Bricks? He's just like, yeah, I'm back. Dying in the breath of the creator was actually just a minor setback. I'm still here. Was that a donut AoE? Ow. You know, Lame Bricks, it would be a lot easier for me to make use of my Dark Mind if those attacks weren't just, like, random, no warning attacks. I'm a little confused. Did you forget you have other mechanics? What's happening here? Oh. Did you forget you have other mechanics? Saw blades appear. You said what? Oh yeah, I don't mind that the telegraphs are weird and unusual. It was more that he does this random, like, plunge-looking attack that specifically does magic damage. So I'm sitting there like, I don't know how often you do that. And it's like your one magic attack that I wanted to reduce. Can't really do anything if you give me no warning. Has the exact same name and skin as subtitle as an Illuminati survivor. Oh, interesting. Well, I guess he doesn't die on screen. He doesn't have a dramatic, no, I have a wife and child. So I guess he could have survived. He lived just to get stuck in Eureka. Well, I mean, where would you go with Illuminati survivor on your resume? Who would hire you? Right, I see Rust just went be right back. Did some people just go into a roulette of some sort? Maybe? Well, the next thing is going to be Alliance Raid Roulette, and the way we will do that is that, like, we have an 8-man group here, and if there's more people that also want to come, I will probably try and tell you when I'm going to queue for the roulette, so that if I do, like, so that when I queue, if you queue at the exact same time, there's a reasonable chance that we will be paired up, so that we can land in the same raid at least. Derby says it won't let me into the lavender beds. Have you unlocked lavender beds on that character? It should let you. Right. While we figure that out, I will be right back, and then we'll do Alliance Raid. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Were we waiting for anyone? Rust is back. Is there anyone else we're waiting for? Graham said they have to go before we can finish if it's not Crystal Tower, so very fair. It's not a good idea to queue for something if you don't actually know if you have time to finish it, for sure. Oh, Caetsu's here. I don't know if Caetsu's actually in the chat. Maybe, may not. If you want to, you can come along for Alliance Raid Roulette. But not as Dark Knight. I'm the Dark Knight. It's like that South Park episode. I'm the dwarf. But there are only so many classes and races. Pick a different one, Butters. Catch says, might I ask a potentially silly question? What server are you on, and is it possible for someone to join from another server? I'm someone who's returned playing on a free trial after 5 years. So I have a video that explains how to use the world travel and data center travel system. To give the very broad strokes of it is if you are in a, like, you can only travel between servers on a specific region. And there's a distinction between server and data center. Some places, like I believe the official stuff, usually refers to servers as worlds. But it's like a data center houses up to 8 worlds, and a region houses a number of data centers. If you're playing in the NA region, which means you're on one of the data centers in the North American region, then you cannot visit EU, and vice versa. But if you are on Chaos or Light, which is the EU data centers, then you can hop between them, and I'm on Louisoix Chaos, which you can see up here. When I'm playing on my alt, Small Kai, on usually Saturdays or Sundays, then I'm on Alpha Light. So I'm still an EU on that character. But if you're on a character that is already on an EU data center, then you can visit specifically where I am in the game, if you want to. If you're on a different region, then you can't. And yeah, exactly, Vicels. This is actually also something that that I have a video coming out tomorrow about why we might not actually want worldwide data center travel yet, because it might end up forcing a lot of players to play with a terrible latency because of the way that people have this tendency to just all fluctuate to the most populated server, which we already know. To the most populated data center, I should say. Everyone in EU, when they need to do something, they'll go to Light because that's where people accumulate for Party Finder stuff. In NA, they all fluctuate to Ether. In JP, they all fluctuate to Mana. And just, if they made it worldwide data center travel, then there's a possibility everyone would jump to Ether. Kylan says they're working on EU and NA data center travel. That is actually difficult to answer, because over a year ago, YoshiP said that they actually already have the technical parts figured out, which is difficult. Difficult to say what that actually means. But if that means that they actually can turn it on tomorrow, then it means that the main reasons why they haven't is something else. But they are clearly working on something, because they had the cloud server and that test, which helped a lot with latency. Hey Gary, I hope you're doing well. Didn't they also say at some point that they were planning to add more data centers to EU? Can't remember. Is there not a limit for free trial players? The limitations for free trial players is that I believe you cannot level past 70. You cannot do ultimates, even those level 70. You can't start your own groups. You cannot. You cannot add people to your friends list, but they can add you. You cannot join free companies. Like a lot of social stuff. You can also not have retainers. So basically you can't have a bank, and you can't really use the market board. But there is no time limit on your free trial, and I'm pretty confident that you can data center travel just fine. Also, yeah, you can only have like 300k gil. Right, Caetsu said that they were going to pass on the Alliance raid roulette. See, the thing is, Ham, that is a possibility, but there are EU people that have their mains on NA servers, and vice versa, that are playing fine enough that no one notices, or they just deal with it. Like, you have to actually be terrible for people to outright kick you for your latency alone, or you have to, like, fail mechanically for it. So it is a very real possibility, that people will start, like, congregating in whatever the biggest data center is, so that Party Finder is more effective. It, like, basically, you're choosing between, would you like to take up to 30 minutes to put your Party Finder group together, or would you like it to take 5 minutes? But there's a possibility that you're getting people with worse latency. There's a lot of things to consider, and that's the reason why I made a video on it, right? Right, so with that, wait, where did Gassel go? Worldwide Party Finder is an option, but that opens a lot more problems. I mean, if they made Worldwide Party Finder, they could make Region-wide Party Finder, they could make Data Center-specific Party Finder, and they could just let you filter that. And then you could make it work. What? Just do random exclamation marks? What? Oh, random quests. That's what you mean. Yeah, indeed. The concern, like, there's a lot of concerns, which is also why, and I will talk more about some of these things in that video tomorrow, but some of these most of these concerns are latency related and culture related, actually, which was also what Yoshi P said in there as his perspective on the matter also, that shockingly the player base in each region is more different than you'd think. Oh, DPS in need. Interesting. The catch the Hildebrand quest line is one of those. Basically, either you, like, for the most part, there's a lot of players that don't really mind either which way, but it's often a case of either you love it or you hate it. Like, there's a significant amount of the player base that hates the Hildebrand story. And there's a significant part of the player base that is like, how could you possibly hate it? It's the best thing since sliced bread. And the funny thing with that is that this was mostly like a case of the people that don't like it will just not do it. Easy. And the people that like it will do it. But then the relic weapons of Endwalker actually requires you to complete the Hildebrand story. The whole thing. Which means that all the people that already did it because they like it were just like, okay, I was going to do it anyway, but It's free real estate, right? Meanwhile, the players that hate it were of course furious that they now had to do it. Even though you can speedrun the Hildebrand story by skipping all cutscenes. There's a few of them where you'd have to like make a choice in the middle of the cutscene, so you have to like mash through it. But the time difference, like if you watch the cutscenes for like the newest patches Hildebrand stuff, it takes like over an hour to do, I believe. If you just mash through it, it takes like 5 minutes, and then you are at a fight. You do that one, takes like 5 to 10 minutes, and then you're basically done. So like if you don't want to be there, you can just rush through it. And exactly how comedy is very hit or miss. And then that's just how that kind of stuff is. And it's of course very Japanese humor. I feel like so the reason why I highlighted the adventure and need DPS is because it often we reach that like in discussion it's like, oh, it's never DPS and need, even though alliance rate is actually surprisingly often DPS and need because of the greater... What on earth? There's just 3 people that left immediately, apparently. Okay. Seems like Alliance C might need some help. They don't have any healers. But yeah. I like the Hildebrand story. Very funny. But I understand it's not for everyone. There's also a lot of times where it's like a little too silly. But that's okay. Foundation is often DPS as well. But one thing that I do want to highlight is that whenever there has been a new relic step in this expansion, because you need all those causality tomestones, there's a lot of people just spamming roulettes to do that, and the people that are spamming roulettes to do that usually do that as tank or healer to get the faster Q, which ironically has the effect of making it so that it becomes DPS in need for expert roulette and things like that. If I just hide in the corner and don't look at them, maybe they'll leave me alone. Maybe it'll be fine. Now, will we be allowed to keep the dragon in the middle? Pull the dragon east? Why? We don't need to go more than this. However, another tank pulls. Whatever. The explanation here is that people pull the dragon off to Narnia because it means that you have more time to kill the adds as they run to the dragon. But as you can see, if you just have a few people actually camping the adds, then they don't even get a chance to move. And if you don't camp the adds, then most of them will reach the boss anyway, which means that the only thing you're actually accomplishing by moving the dragon over to Narnia is that you're causing the adds to explode a little bit more in like bursts so you can survive it. But if you had just put the dragon in the center in the first place, then you wouldn't have to have like a dedicated strike force to deal with the ads, because everyone could just AoE on top of the dragon. It's just a silly solution to a problem that didn't need to be there. And it's so ingrained in Alliance Raid Roulette that people just can't help themselves. They have to do it. Now for the arguments in Alliance chat over not pulling the tank north. See, the thing is, I resolved that entire problem by not trying to battle the other tanks about it. Like, I'll try to have the tank in the middle, have the boss in the middle, but if anyone else grabs it, then I'll just let them have it. Like, okay then. I'll just complain in the stream chat instead. Grumble, grumble, grr. Grr, bad strategy, mrr. Yeah, exactly, who. Like, the thing is, if any of the skeletons reach the boss and it does, like, big bursts anyway, the reason why you can get away with the strategy that we use now with Dragon to the North is that even if every single skeleton explodes, you can survive it. Like, the healers can just heal through it. So it's not a problem. Like, that's part of the reason why there's no innovation in this strategy whatsoever, is because you don't need any innovation whatsoever. So, yeah. Oh boy. It's going to be fun. You don't need the dragon in Narnia, and the thing that putting it in Narnia resolves is actually nothing, because if you have it in the center, you could just heal through it anyway, if people aren't cleaving. Ow! Travis says, I see vets get angry when the dragon isn't pulled north, arguing that everyone should ignore the skeletons with the dragon move to Narnia. That kinda, like, that is also something you can do. But the thing is, it doesn't save very much time. And if the healers aren't ready to spam heal through it, you can have multiple people dead after the first phase. Catch just won't lie, the pressure there is with a tank makes me too nervous to tank alliance raids, especially with all the unspoken rules or techniques. Understandable. I don't particularly enjoy tanking alliance raids either because of the awkward communication. By that I mean no communication. I prefer to be healer or DPS in alliance raids. But albeit, like now. And sometimes it's for the best. Like, Saturday, when we had small kind, we got World of Darkness, and I was the only tank that knew how to position the bosses right. So I just took over and main tanked. There it's kind of handy. Mythbusters, we fill a full alliance for science. I would love to do that. Maybe one day... Oh, apparently my chat overlay has glitched again? Why are you doing this to me today? I would love to bring, like, as many people as I can into World of Darkness. There's this thing with people asking, what happens if everyone goes in the belly of Cerberus? What happens? And I'm pretty sure that the answer is the boss resets. But I don't know. And it wouldn't be the first thing where I was surprised by actually checking something that you'd think was obvious, and then it wasn't. Hand says pain. If everyone jumps in Cerberus' belly, it switches to... Oops, I didn't mean to pull that. It just switches to an overweight dog skin instead. You have no idea how to deal with Devour. Okay, so what you do catch is... so the general idea that people always try to make work, but never works because most of the Alliance raid doesn't actually know how to do it, so don't feel bad about that. But if you want to enter the belly, the way you do that is early in the fight, the boss spits out like a purple glob, like a purple orb. And it regularly pulses out a minimize debuff, which makes you really small. You have to get this debuff. If you get minimized, so you get really small, then shortly after, the boss shoots out like purple goop on the floor, like actual goop on the floor. If you step in that, you get rooted. If you're not minimized, you die as a result of Cerberus eating you. If you are minimized, you enter the belly. In the belly, you just kill everything. Just kill everything. There's ads that spawn in there. Don't have to attack those, but basically kill everything. You just kill everything, then eventually you'll get shoved out. And that's it. That's what you have to do in the belly. And usually the strategy is that Alliance A deals with all the ads in the open room. Alliance B deals with the belly. And Alliance C deals with applying the chains. And applying the chains, and their tank tanks the boss, usually. That's generally how things are meant to go, at least. But what usually happens is some random tank... whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Some random tank grabs the boss. Whoever knows how to enter the belly might enter the belly. And once we get... and the ads tend to just, like, be all over the place. Because no one wants to deal with the ads. Everyone wants to attack Big Doggo, right? And the chains get dealt with by someone. Usually from Alliance C. But yeah, the general idea is if you understand... once you understand how to get in the belly, I recommend always going in. Specifically because a lot of people have no idea. And Reva says, I have a question about Astrologian in Ultimates. Is it better to use light speed for movement to gain 2-ish GCDs of uptime or hold light speed to card burst in the following 2-minute window? For Ultimates, I would guess that it's like that it depends on context. Like, it depends on whether you actually like need that slightly smoother burst. In the 2-minute mark to meet some sort of DPS check. So like that can be difficult. I imagine people that have done more ultimates as Astrologian would be better able to answer that. But I would imagine that it highly depends on the situation. I would guess that that having the card burst perfect is better, because if you use light speed out of order like that, that can be more problematic. Than that can be more problematic than those 2 GCDs that you lose otherwise. There's no DPS check. In that case, I think it's better to just keep the card burst, because it's going to, like, You're choosing between getting 2 extra GCDs of damage for yourself or making sure that your card burst lines up right, which is going to increase the damage of everyone else. And Astrologian's personal damage is a lot lower than basically all other jobs in the game. So it might be better. No home like. Are you watching the stream in the past? But yeah, true. We didn't cover the reason why you go in the belly. But yeah, indeed, if you either don't go in the belly or fail to go in the belly, for whatever reason, or the chains are not done right, as No Home Like says, then Cerberus will, like, so the thing is, while you're doing the fight normally, Cerberus gradually gets like a stacking haste buff and damage buff, as No Home Like mentioned. And that one just stacks until you die, and at some point he can one-shot you. Which means that you have to do it. Right then. So the next thing we're doing is P12N. If you'd like to come along for P12N, come on over to me. You can also just stay in the group if you're already in it. Oh, we're 6. That's good enough. Almost. Hey, Goni. Thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that, and I hope you enjoy your journey from the Xbox beta. Union says, sounds like figuring out Cerberus when it was current was a time. I could imagine that. Like, think about that. When Cerberus was like the new thing, just consider that you had to figure out that you had that, first of all, that you can enter the belly. Can you imagine the revelation players had when they were like, oh man, I got hit by that minimize debuff. Oh shucks, now I also stood in the purple goop. Oh man, then I guess I'll die. And then they're like, wait, what? Hey, guys, what? I'm in Cerberus's belly now. And they're like, what? Catch, I don't think it's a simple question. The Cerberus belly is just one of many World of Darkness mechanics where new players just kind of have the experience of somehow, some way, the fight just works. And sometimes it don't, and I don't know why. And Cerberus, it happens with. Sometimes it happens with the big eye thing, the first boss, the Ahriman, I believe they're called. And sometimes it even happens with the Cloud of Darkness itself. And sometimes the only way to figure out the answer to this is by asking, because usually you will only get the answer to this in random groups when you wipe to it and someone like angrily goes, "Grr, brr, you're supposed to do this. Like, this is this is how it works." And you're sitting there like, oh, I thought it just kinda happened automatically. It doesn't? No. Oh. Like, for example, the first boss in World of Darkness, it summons hourglasses. why are we killing the hourglasses? I'm just taking a moment because I see that Unovara here said they had to be right back. Oh, they're already back. I'll still finish this thought. What you see on that first boss is that hourglasses are summoned and the hourglasses are killed. If you don't see, unless people specifically don't kill the hourglasses, you will have no clue why people are killing them. The explanation, just to take that one, I'll go to the P12 event after that. The explanation is the hourglasses are summoned at the same time as this like Final Fantasy 1 style glove cursor thing. Or is it Final Fantasy 1? Well, it's Final Fantasy glove cursor. And like a gray quarter of the arena getting lit up that like moves around. These things happen simultaneously. If you don't kill the hourglasses, then at some point the cursor will just stop and kill everyone in that quarter immediately. Just people die. If you kill the hourglasses, then the cursor stops moving and just kind of sits there and goes, I'll kill everyone in this quarter in like 10 seconds, and then you just gradually walk out and nothing happens. Another one is the is it level 150 death? Then he puts a circle down, snares the person in the center, and casts a level 150 death there. The way that that works is that if there is a multiple of 3 players in the circle when it resolves, then everyone in the circle immediately dies. But if there's not a multiple of 3 players in the circle, then nothing happens. It's the same thing with level 100 Flare. If there's an even number of players in the circle when it resolves, then everyone takes a massive amount of damage. If there's not, then nothing happens. Those kinds of mechanics can be very confusing, especially because it's level 150 death. What does that even mean? Alright, Ross, enjoy your evening. Yeah, I've talked about this kind of stuff before with that the best way to learn a fight is to fail it, because if you go into a dungeon or raid like normal difficulty content, and you ask like, okay, I haven't been here before, what should I know? Then someone might actually choose to explain every single thing in the fight, and many of those things you could probably have guessed. But the easiest way to actually get spend time, have people spend time on the things that are actually important, is if you wipe to a specific mechanic, because if you wipe to that mechanic, then whoever wants to help and explain can focus on going, okay, well, this mechanic works like this. But that means you have to wipe to it first. Like, a pretty good example of that is also that one of the things that often wipe groups on that Ahriman in World of Darkness is the ads. The 2 ads, which, if you don't kill them quickly enough, they'll start casting a spell called Eyes on Me, which does like 50% of a DPS's HP if you let it go through. Close to. Like, they basically just wipe the raid if they both go off. And it's really, really funny because the action itself is called Eyes on Me, and you fail it by not having your eyes on them. No Home Like says, I wonder if level 100 Flare would work as intended in Unrestricted Party and Dawn Trail. That is an interesting question. That's pretty funny. I do wonder if it would work. That would be really funny. You could just have the person alone in the circle and they just die. And that's also true, Mick. Part of the reason why most players have no idea how to deal with 150 death is because, I mean, one way to resolve the mechanic is to just, if everyone leaves the circle, then nothing happens. It's way easier than going, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's not a multiple of 3. I'm good. You cannot escape my eternal gaze. And my eternal gaze goes right, left, left. For some reason. Oh, whoops. I guess I needed my TVN myself. Bam, 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 bam.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
That's also true, Traverse. There's also that. And if they see that it looks like no one else is dealing with the mechanic, then they might just assume that it's fine. Right? Like, one of the most common sources, to my knowledge, for the misunderstanding... Oops, I needed that blood gauge for Living Shadow. Oh well. One of the most common sources of the mistake known as single-target Doton is that you see single-target Doton a lot in Crystal Tower. For some reason, I couldn't possibly explain to you why, but it's a case of a lot of people see other people do it, and they assume that, well, at least, like, some of us have to know what we're doing. The problem is that basically everyone there has no idea why. Like, every single one that uses single-target Doton are using single-target Doton because either they don't know, or they have made the wrong conclusion. Yeah, indeed, Nahom. Like, one of the funniest explanations I've heard of why someone used single-target Doton is they said, well, it does 80 potency every second, right? So it does way more damage than Raizan. And the response to that is, of course, dots don't tick every second. But yeah, I have heard that one. But yeah, indeed, a big part of why Crystal Tower can be so difficult to learn is because like, most of the mechanics in Crystal Tower as a whole, you don't need to learn them. And the things you do have to learn are so few that, and most people either know them or enough people in the group know them, that it isn't important. Like, it's fine, you don't have to know. Like, as long as enough people know that you have to kill the hourglasses, then they will get killed. And the people that don't know will probably take the hint that, oh, I think we need to kill these, because most people are attacking them. Oh, nice. That was really fast. Traverses, I wonder how many think Beyond must keep dots up always on a single target. That could also be that they're using Doton because they're like, well, I have to maintain my dot, right? That could also be an explanation. Hey girl, hope you're doing well. Yeah, I suppose so. It's kinda limit cut like. Shine brilliant for me! Today, my theory shall be proven as what? Indeed, Mick. The joke is that it doesn't. It sounds a lot more like she's saying something else. Which is a lot funnier, by the way. Today, my theory shall be proven as fact. That's not a thing you should be proud of, Athena. That is pretty funny, Traverse. It is funny when people like, one thing is when people like look at, oh, I got a new action, and like some players come to the conclusion that Doton is better because 3 mudra signs instead of 2. Others come to the conclusion of Doton is better for other people do it, and then it's really funny when people actually sat down, looked at the tooltip, read the tooltip, thought they understood the tooltip, and concluded that Doton does more damage than Raiton, and therefore they should be using Doton. Not for, like, any other misunderstanding. Like, that's really funny, because it's usually a dot misunderstanding thing. But to be fair, Doton's tooltip isn't very good at explaining what it does. How many times do Doton hit? 6 or 7? Vivi says, what is the recommended number of enemies to start dropping Doton? Below level 90, Doton is better than Raiton on 2 targets. At level 90, it is generally considered that it's better to just use Raiton on 2 targets. So if you want to be sure, 3 targets. Mick says, I can actually hear her lines clearer through your stream than in my own game. I think the reason for that is that I have voice lines extremely loud compared to everything else, because on our more story-based streams like Small Kai, people often had trouble hearing what people were saying in the game. Cole says, isn't there like pre-pulled Doton cheese? Not anymore. That died when they made hide delete Doton when you use it. But before that, Doton lasted, I believe, 24 seconds. So you would use so you would go Huton, Doton, hide, prep Suiton. Tank would pull the boss forward, which might land it in like 1 or 2 ticks of Doton. But yeah, the reason why Doton is so weird is... So I asked, no one answered so far. 6 or 7 ticks on Doton in total. How many, or not ticks, but rather hits. How many times did Doton hit? Is it 6 or 7? The answer is 7. You see here... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Did you notice that 1-2 came rather quickly? The reason for that is that Doton actually hits 1 time immediately when you use it. But that means that, indeed, you read Doton, and it says that it does 80 potencies for any enemies who enter, which, by the way, is already really vague. But yeah, it hits once when you place it, and then 6 times, and the 6 times originate from it's a dot with an 18-second duration. It actually gets even weirder than that, because as I discovered in connection with making one of my Final Fantasy XIV Mythbusters episodes, placed AoEs scale scale with buffs on you with a snapshot. So like if you have a 10% damage bonus when you place Doton, then Doton will benefit from this bonus from the start when you placed it until it ends. But it scales real time with debuffs that increase damage taken and buffs that reduce damage taken on enemies. So if you use Trick Attack or Mug on something, put down Doton, if Trick Attack and or Mug ends before Doton, then Doton will drop in damage as the debuffs disappear. It sounds weird, but the logical reasoning here is Doton doesn't know who is in Doton when Doton is placed, or when it ticks. So someone could have Trick Attack before, like, have Trick Attack already up on them, you put Doton down, then 2 ticks later, the person walks into Doton, but now they don't have Trick Attack anymore, right? So it can't assume anything is active on anyone, it has to check on every tick. Isn't that incredible? Incredibly weird. It also applies for Salted Earth and Dark Knight. And speaking of Dark Knight and Salted Earth, time for Thea. So if you would like to come along for Thea, come on over to me, or just stay in the party, I guess. Yeah, it's like a minor thing. The key here is that even without that initial take on Doton when you place it, I'm reasonably confident that the Doton would still be better on 2 targets when below level 90. The reason why it's specifically 3 targets at level 90 is because Fleeting and Forked Raiju increases the value of Raiton. Enough that it is better. We can only have 1 tank in Alliance raid, by the way. There's also something that I would also add. I've talked about this in videos quite a lot of time ago, but... Well, not that long ago. I believe it was at around Halloween that I had a video where I talked about 5 absurd rotations, and one of them I included was single target Doton. The origin of single target Doton is that in Shadowbringers, and before Shadowbringers, Doton did more damage to 1 target than Raiton did. Because of more ticks. More ticks and higher potency per tick, like relatively speaking. Cat Damon says the weird rotations video is how I found your channel. Well, that's incredible. Awesome. It's actually pretty funny. That particular 5 absurd rotations video, I had messed up the release day of it. So accidentally, I was streaming when the video went up. Which was not intended. Teddy Bear says, where you're from? I am from Denmark. That tiny little area that north of Germany. Oh, you thought you heard some Danish in my accent? Fair enough, that is a first. Most people say that they can't place my accent at all. Vær hilset, broder. And see, exactly, Yarp says, why did I always think you were from the UK? I've had people say they thought it was French. I just learned how to say the red mage actions real good. Yeah, I'm Danish. I'm just really good. I'm just kinda good at learning how to say a word right. And I just do that. And by right, I mean, I figure out how someone else says it, and then I just try to parrot it exactly. Thank you, Yaps. Yeah, that's true. Aradel has since checked my French. And Aradel would know, being as they're French. Oh. Tip says, I'm quite jealous you've never been told an American sounds the same as you. Actually, in my 10th grade, don't worry about it, Danish school, my exam in English, like an oral exam, I presented something, I believe, about Martin Luther King or something, and after the presentation, the examinators and the teachers said they were very impressed by my very matching and fitting American accent. Isn't that something?
Come, mortals. Make your way through our watery sanctum.
Teddy Bear says my first thought was somewhere in Scandinavia, but I couldn't pinpoint.
Against my servants.
I'm glad to hear that. I can say that like I know a lot of Danish. I have a lot of Danish friends and family who has a very, very strong Danglish accent and way of speech. So I experienced that enough. Kjol says I pronounce redoublement in the way you'd expect NA to pronounce it. So like redoublement? Redoublement! It still works. And the good news, Teddy Bear, is that there are also other languages that have the same kind of awkward sounding, like a mix of their own language and English, and it is always awkward. Ah, I'm sorry to hear that, Ham. I didn't know you were almost ready. Everything sounds more American when you scream it. Everything sounds more angry when you scream it. It's like those videos where they're like, oh yeah, German sounds like such an aggressive language, and then they just say words in 4 or 5 different languages in a very calm tone, and when they get to the German, they just scream it. Yeah, it sounds a lot more aggressive when you say things aggressively. Achtung!
I have looked forward to this moment, children of man. The scholar shall measure your depth of knowledge.
I almost did the thing where I wasted my my blood gauge I needed for Living Shadow again. Exactly. Achtung and Kugelschreiber. Krankenwagen. I've heard that just like we have so many basically weeps in the West, there are like Japanese German weeps, which is also where you get a lot like often in anime they're like a lot of like very cool characters named something that is clearly German. Oops. Oh yeah, that is a lot of dots. We have like 5 dots or what? Hey, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Coco. Thank you.
Join me.
They didn't even. I wasn't even sure you were still here. Oops. Why am I standing there? That's really, really stupid. Not sure why I felt compelled to stack with everyone else for that. That made no sense. Ah! Spinning the boss in circles.
Seek new perspectives, and you shall find new paths.
This boss is mega poisoned. Yeah, welcome to the Cult of the Pink, everyone. We have our raid buff. Kalan says, I've always wondered what happens if you step off the triangle there. Have you tried stepping off the triangle? I would guess you just die. I've never tried. I just kind of assume that you probably die. It's been a while since I've been in a group for my first run of an alliance raid with someone with the goal to test it. My first run in Puppet's Bonker years back, I was a friend, like, the first boss is on like this big circular arena, and the first thing this guy did was he literally just went off the arena. Like, I can't remember if he tested, but like if he intentionally tested, but he certainly tested. Like, let me just say that he tested, whether he wanted to or not. And when I got into the the final trial of the leveling experience of Endwalker, Trial 3, I was in group with someone who was cosplaying as Fan Daniel. And the first thing he did was run off the arena. That's actually the first thing he did. It's really, really funny. It was perfectly in character for the cosplay.
Prove to me the wisdom of man.
Yeah, indeed, Goats. He's very committed. I don't know if he... I am actually not sure if he did it intentionally. But if he had said that he meant to do that, I would have trusted him. Or taken his word for it.
Smooth sailing so far, I see.
Agoni says, are you able to go back to previous MSQ that you've already completed? If I wanted to quest ahead of my wife and then come back to help her, could I?
Have you got the stone? Come on, don't keep me waiting.
Hard to say. Let me change the perspective a little bit.
A suitable stage
The MSQ is technically a solo story, but sometimes you have dungeons that you have to do, and those can be done with other players. Which means that you would not be able to help. You would not, even if you were on the same step of the MSQ, you would not be able to help each other with a so-called solo duty. You would not be able to do that. However, if you push ahead on the MSQ from your wife, and she then reaches a new dungeon, you can just do the dungeon. Like, absolutely. In fact, that is like a major part of the like casual player experience in Final Fantasy XIV. That you do content, like you just scale down to do content with each other. That's perfectly normal. So that you could. As Mick said, there is also New Game Plus. But it's not really for that. Like, it's not. That's not really the intended use of it. And because you would still be unable to do the, you would still not be able to do the actual quests together, so to speak. It wouldn't like do what I understand that you want to do with it, right? Like, you would not be able to do the content together. I wonder if his Steam disappears now. Oh yeah, he did. Sad. And there's Automaton Queen as well. You just see all the pets go, where's the master? Master Doko. Sure, Teddy Bear.
Like the stormy seas, I'm a harsh mistress.
Exactly, Mick. The New Game Plus allows you to like pick like redo specific parts of the MSQ, but you have to start it from specific points in the story. And when you redo it, you don't get any rewards for it. It's just for the story. And you can't skip anything. So it would be very tedious to do what you're like what you suggested. And as I was saying, it wouldn't actually let you do what you want to do.
Join us in the excitement. Dance upon the waves.
Tristan, Zealand is the English pronunciation of Shelat, which is one of the three, one of the, well, it's not three, there's also Lolland, I guess. One of the major sections of Denmark, you could say. It's the island where Copenhagen is.
Feel the might of the navigator. Go on, my pets. Don't be shy.
Oh, whoops. See. Over here then.
Boundless as the ocean.
I do not multi-stream to Twitch, no.
surely do better than that.
I have considered it, Teddy Bear. I've just not found a good way to go about it that I felt was satisfying.
To you and yours to navigate the seas ahead.
Oh yeah, also Tristan, Zealand and Denmark, it's a ZEA land.
Thank you for making it this far. Not long now, till our journey together must end. I am the last of us to face you.
Indeed, there's a handful of different reasons, Teddy, that I decided to just do it on YouTube. Part of it was that I originally started streaming when I already had a presence on YouTube and no presence on Twitch. And I also originally only wanted to stream like a few times, and then it just became more. Oh right, I have to dodge that. And then there was also like other benefits, such as being able to rewind the stream very easily. I feel is a very nice perk on YouTube. Like, from what I can understand, the actual viewing experience is better on YouTube, but there is a lot more like community stuff on Twitch. But specifically, the experience of viewing the stream itself seems to be slightly better on YouTube, and they've added more stuff, as I recall, since... that is bold to just stand at range with a stack marker. Hey, Kokachu! Yeah, we're playing on my main today, so my main is level 90, of course. Yeah, that makes sense, Teddy. A lot of the time, I think people keep track of my streams either by checking their subscription feed, because there it will appear if I'm streaming, or they write down when I'm streaming from the weekly schedules that I post, or they join the Discord, where everything is posted as well. So there's like a bunch of ways you can catch specifically me. So I recognize that it can be difficult to find when a stream is happening, which is why I've given a lot of avenues to keep track of it. And that's also a thing, Gazel. I didn't use Twitch myself. Whenever I try to use Twitch, it crashes all the time, and I can't explain. I don't know why. So I haven't had the best experience with it. That's not to say there's anything wrong with Twitch, but I haven't used it, so it was just way easier for me to just go, well, I know how YouTube works. I'll just do that. Agoni says, I didn't realize you streamed. I got an alert once I subscribed to your YouTube channel. I see. Well, that also works. I have seen people mention that, but usually when they mention that, it's YouTube sending a notification like the day after, when the stream is already over. There's also that, Teddy, and there's also the benefit that if I did the stream on YouTube, then, like, on Twitch, I would be able to, you know, like, just post the VOD as is over on YouTube, but then anything happening in the live chat that for some reason didn't get caught by the overlay, which sometimes happens, would just be gone. Meanwhile, on YouTube, at least the live chat is also kept. This is the most wall boss to ever oh yeah, that is, I guess the first half of the Ocean fight is like a wall boss. Carol says, do you have an opinion on wall bosses? I'm starting to find them quite boring. My perspective is, you should be happy that you get a checkpoint. Because that's what it really is. That's my perspective. But I do understand that the way they made the bosses is that it feels more like it's a boss fight and then a boss fight. Guys, you have to make enough space for tanks. I can't just leave. No, those are door bosses. I'm pretty sure Faust was a door boss. Oh, wall bosses. Sorry, I completely switched up the wording. Sorry about that. Let me try that one again. You got my opinion on door bosses there. Wall bosses. I feel like the problem is when they happen too regularly. How many wall bosses did you have in the current raid tier?
May the wind ever be at your back.
See, P10 is technically a wall. P12 Part 2 is a wall. And if we also count previous raid tiers in this particular expansion, P7 was a wall, and P8 Phase 2 was a wall. So there's a few. So I can see why it would get a little stale by that metric. Hey Angel, hope you're doing well. He says, then you would have to record your stream while streaming. I actually do record my streams while streaming. Because if I downloaded my stream, I get it in lower quality. And it also takes a while for YouTube to send it to me.
You're back. The Omphilus. It's suddenly transformed. Servants? What's the meaning of this?
P10 is literally walls. It's literally a building. Yeah, for anyone curious about that recording thing, I can download all of my videos from YouTube, but for some reason they give me 720p when I download them, even though I sent them a 1080p video. Isn't that weird? It's just YouTube, deal with it. It is a little weird. That's just a YouTube thing, that is true. But yeah, it could be worse. At least I can download them, right? But that is the reason why I download the streams, in case I want to use any of the stuff that happens on the stream for a video or something. Like, if you've seen my videos and you see a section of the video where my camera is like on, that's because it's for the original footage was from a stream. So like I found something that I thought was kind of useful for the video in a stream clip. Indeed, with P2, it kind of makes sense that they just made positionals auto succeed, because the boss has so much, like, angling shenanigans where you have to be somewhere specific. I can't believe we would deliver recycled content to me like that. Dun dun dun. It's extra funny where sometimes, like, I have had cases where people are like, wait a minute, how am I in the video? And it turns out they're like, oh yeah, this footage that I'm using in that particular video might be a month old or more. And this person technically was there at that time, randomly with me in their group. But at the time when they got caught on the camera, they didn't even know that I had made videos. So they're like, wait a minute, that's me! Flap. I'm glad to hear that, Traverse. I'll have you know that, I think I mentioned this last time as well in that context, but I'll have you know that when I did this the first time, I completely fell flat on my face as well. I just didn't get it. But the part of the problem there is that I have a tendency to do that when the first time I saw a mechanic is live. Like, I'm more focused on, like, my attention is more split, so I don't focus enough to actually understand the mechanic unless it's rather obvious. Like, the final boss in, oops, it's probably fine. The final boss in Ether Font, the first time I did that, I got hit by a lot. Somehow, like, in retrospect, I can't believe that I didn't get it. I'm not sure why they decided to take a shortcut through the tank busters there. That's not my fault. Then they just me speed zoom. I can probably make it. They could not make it. Tanks adjust or something, yeah. It's not the same. Like, I can't start moving. That'll actually be more dangerous for more people. So I'll just You believe froze again. Thank you for letting me know. It's freezing a lot recently. I really don't know what's happening. And a blue. And a yellow. And another yellow. Another yellow. And then a blue. I agree with that, Joel. I think the only one where they kinda did that was the knockbacks, the 3 water knockbacks, where they skip directly to the version where they like reverse the order or adjust the order with time magic. Like there at least it made some sense because you're supposed to know that because you have already seen the simple version, you could say. Like this one is also where they skip immediately to the quote-unquote harder version of the mechanic. But I agree, it would be nicer if they had like mixed them more. But yeah, true. I mean, I did notice we had at least one other Dark Knight in the group, but I didn't even notice we had only Dark Knights. Kokuchu says, I cannot stand this quintessence mechanic. Sometimes I read it great, and sometimes it's like my brain is off. I've had that experience as well. I've gotten better at it, but I've also done it a lot of times. So with more practice, you'll get it. I think the hard part about getting it is specifically that the boss kind of turns as they go. Blap. That's pretty good. 20% as it loops. Oh man, there's like a little slice of cake shape here that's like safe across the board, I think. Love Knights, but LV doesn't stand for love, it stands for level of violence. That's a little Undertale reference there. Maybe it's both. Maybe that's the middle ground we meet at, is that it's Love Knights, but it's actually LV Knights. And you'll have to figure out whether what kind of LV we mean. Violence Knight. Straight up just a knight that just breaks everything. Which one is meant is decided by how many candy crystals Guy gets. Aha! She slowly turns into a violence knight as she gets hungrier. Yeah, I'll probably mention this again in a little bit, but I did mention the Discord community server a few times. If you are having trouble keeping track of when the streams happen, then there is the weekly schedule is always very easy to find on the Discord server, and you can grab the specific role, the reminder role, and you'll just get a notification on Discord every time I start a stream, and you actually get like a little bit of a warning, so you have 15 minutes or so. And I also like say like I usually prep the streams about an hour at least before they start. Did you get to 90? On Small Kai, she's level 87, I believe. 87 and almost 88, I think. The Reaper will be wondering why they got 7 comments. Yeah. What did I do? Tokuchu says, speaking of 20%, last I was in Thea, right as you look here was around 20%, a car crashed into a tree right outside my apartment. That is a record scratch moment if there ever was one. Boss finishes their big EU Diamond Eos, yeah. And then you hear an actual explosion from outside. Thank you, Ariel. As Ariel says, reminder that you can clip your favorite parts of the streams. And there is the Stream Clips channel on the Discord community server. And I am trying to make like highlight videos from the streams. So they will be coming. It's just that I started on this January, so there hasn't been anything yet. For the first bit, I'm trying to make like monthly highlights, but maybe I'll just make like smaller highlight reels if we have a lot of funny moments that happen. Who knows? But yeah, it's easier for me to know what was funny if you like highlight, oh, that was funny. And you just do that instead of me having to make the judgment. Cool. Speaking of recycled content. Yeah, and if you realize that, oh, I actually wanted to be in the Discord server later, but now the stream is over, there should be a Discord server link in most of my videos, like right in the description. And if that doesn't work, if you go to the channel page, you see up there, like next to the profile, like the logo of the channel, it has like a little very brief description of the channel. If you click on that, it says a link, and then it says X other links. If you click on that, it'll show the Discord invitation as well. So, if like you don't have to make that choice now that you want to join, you can always join later. But yeah, we got a coin. We managed to do the roulettes we set out to do. I managed to not overcap on poetics, despite not making the slightest little attempt to spend those before we started. That's impressive. Yeah, and we got a decent amount of weekly tomestones. Remember that we are still in Moogle Treasure Trove time. And there's a new weekly task for everyone. The mini mark, I can say that the triple tride is very easy, but the hunt is also very easy. If you have that unlocked, it should take you like 3 minutes to do. The weekly objective is unique to you, so make sure you check what that is if you want that. Also, thank you for celebrating 9 months as a cultist, Jumia. Thank you. We ball also played. Also played. Yeah, I as you probably realize, I haven't actually done a a massive effort to advertise the Discord server in my videos. Maybe I should start doing that. Wow. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, Emir. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's huge. You slipped. Are we back to the slippy floor again? Oh no. I'll have to figure out how to clean it, I guess. Yeah, I hope all of you enjoy the emotes and everything else that comes with the membership. Remember that if you are on the Discord server and you connect your YouTube account, the one with the membership, with your Discord account, then you will get the cultist role on the server, on the Discord server as well. It doesn't give you access to any like hidden rooms or anything, but it puts the membership gem next to your name and gives you a different color name. So maybe you want that. I'll get Shiro one of these days. Well, one day we'll get Shiro. One day YouTube will let us gift Shiro a membership. One day. Yurhin says, oh boy, my weekly stone vigil hard. Oh no. Oh no. That's always fun, isn't it? Yesterday we did Porta de Comana because of it being a weekly task. Someone in the free company. So like you can really, it could be worse. I'll say it could be worse. If I remember correctly, Coco had rival wings be their weekly task in one of the weeks. Like, that one is where it just becomes like... Did you do it, Traverse? Did you manage to do it? Or did you just not do it? Had to unlock rival wings just to do it. Did you manage to do it? It was... Oh, was it bad? So the thing I know about rival wings is that if you're queuing at the wrong time, which is most of the time, then you're not going to get in. If you queue at the right time, which is where like PvP community specifically plan to do it, then there will be like a time frame where people are spamming rival wings potentially. And apparently this almost kinda applies to Crystalline Conflict as well. I tried to queue for Crystalline Conflict like last week, and I queued for 10 minutes. Like I queued for video reasons, by the way. You'll see it in a future video. I queued for 10 minutes for ranked. Then I exited, queued for like 5 or 10 minutes for casual. Then I cancelled, started recording, and recorded 10 minutes of me queuing for ranked. And called it a day. I tried. So like, there are some game modes where if you're queuing at the wrong time, you're not getting in. Cerberus says, a free company member wanting the mount waited almost an hour in the Rival Wings queue early Saturday afternoon. I could imagine that. I could absolutely imagine that. Yeah, in general, my perspective is, if you queue for anything and the average queue time says more than 30 minutes, then... to my knowledge, that usually means that the queue has not managed to produce a group for this content in like the past 30 minutes. Like it's like I don't know when it's going to pop because I haven't managed to find a group in like half an hour. Which means that it says it's more than 30 minutes because it also doesn't know when it's going to pop. Which happens to mean that sometimes you get a pop after 7 minutes. Because of, you know, roulette players. And the game just goes, oh, well, I know that there's like 5 or 6 or 7, maybe 8 players actually queuing for this. And then I can like scrounge together like 16 for near raids. Fernando says, took me 25 minutes for a random alliance raid as Dark Knight right before reset today. Yeah. The time frame right around... like, the time frame around shortly before the daily reset is always really weird. What I've noticed is right before the daily reset is where I get... Like, if I'm just queuing alone, is where I get some of the weirdest players. Alright, Emir, thank you for coming. And again, thank you for your generosity. Thank you so much. You also have the weirdest queue times for things. Like, for example, if it's close to reset, I think there's a much higher probability that people queue for shorter roulettes, like expert or 90, because it's more feasible that you can finish it in time. Because if you queue for daily roulette, like if you queue for expert roulette at like 20 minutes before the daily reset. Thank you so much for 5 more gifted memberships, Emir. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Wow. You 5 also enjoy your new emotes. And again, remember that if you register your YouTube account on your Discord account, you get a special role on the Discord server. Indeed, Sanite, what a legend. But yeah, roulettes that take longer, people are less likely to queue for because it's not going to happen. And what I mean by that is if you have a, like, if you haven't done expert roulette yet, for Tuesday morning and Monday evening, for example, or as a European speaking, then the daily reset happens like in the afternoon. If you queue into the expert roulette, but you finish after the daily reset, then you get the reward for the new reset, not the previous one. So if you don't actually think you can finish before the reset, then it makes no difference. Like, then you might as well queue after the reset. Like, no need to rush. And that means, like, things like Alliance Raid Roulette, where you could land in near raids, and suddenly it's not possible, where if you landed in Crystal Tower, it might be possible. People are less likely to queue for that right before the reset. See, Mick says, how weird are we talking? Well, I have not many times, but I have once experienced a Dark Knight tank that refused to use defensive cooldowns whatsoever, and when I asked them to, they just face planted on Living Dead, right on pull, which meant it didn't pop. And then when I brought it up again, they said, you don't pay my sub. And then we wiped on the first boss in Dead Ends because the tank didn't know how to deal with the mechanic. And then I left. I just left. I was like, first of all, I'm not going to clear this before the daily reset. And second of all, I don't like this tank, so I just left. Fernando says, does the poetic or daily reward trigger at the end of the dungeon or when the queue pops? At the end of the dungeon. When you clear the last target for the objective, you get your reward. Exactly, it was a dead end. And that also means that when you queue for daily roulette, you have to actually kill the final boss before the daily reset. Otherwise, it gives you the new reset and not the old one. But part of the reason why you end up with kind of crazy, like, weird players sometimes near the daily reset is because many of the more dedicated players tend to have done their daily reset by then. And I imagine that, and this is a guess, and I also want to be clear that there's obviously also normal players that have to do their daily reset just before the daily reset, right? Exactly, Mick. The weekend player. Again, there are players that only have time to play in the weekend that are great players. But there is this thing that if you have to do, like, let me put it like this. If you want to get Thea done the easiest, do it on a Tuesday in Europe. Like, do it on reset day, like on weekly reset day. Because the most players that are good, like a large quantity of them, will do it on the reset day because now it's done. The players that, like, as the week progresses, it feels like the average skill level seems to gradually drop. I had a run back when, in the first raid tier of Endwalker, I was running my friend Aria through the raid for the first time on normal. We were stuck on P2. You know, Sewer Beast thing with the weird head and the close targeting reticle and all that. For like an hour. Because people were failing mechanics left and right. My co-healer was a sage that only knew how to put Cardia on a tank and then attack. They didn't use Raze. They didn't use anything. So you're basically, as the week progresses, you're going to expect worse average skill level. This also applies for dailies. The sooner you do it, the better chance there is that you get good players, because for some reason the better players tend to just queue and get it done immediately. Like, just get it over with. And there's of course also other weird tendencies, like there's a genuine possibility that if you queue for your expert roulette exactly when people usually do their savage raiding, then there's a good chance that there's a dip there. But then again, a lot of people that do expert roulettes for their weekly tomestones, a lot of them are not necessarily savage raiders. Like, there's a lot to this, just in general. But it's not surprising if you see, if you want to see some real chaos, you queue for stuff close to reset or late in the week and things like that. Cole says, I didn't even know Dead Ends was in 90 dungeons. I've never gotten it. Usually just get Lapis because people are farming DSR base. I think the reason why I get Dead Ends a lot, Cole, is because I don't queue for level 90 roulette alone most of the time. If I queue for level... let me put it like this. If I queue for level 90 roulette... Chatbox. Overlay. Why you have to be mad? What are you doing? Chatbox. Overlay. There you go. Cerberus says, I once had a tank that saved the mitigations for bosses. When I asked them to use them during trash pulls, they stopped using any mitigation. Real chaos is anywhere in the chaos data center. The tank that keeps their defensive cooldowns for bosses only have a tendency to, like, it's often related to it's often related to them not actually recognizing how Final Fantasy XIV works. Like, it's the same as, like, basically Final Fantasy XIV is very different from other MMOs in that they expect you to use your defensive cooldowns a lot more, like a lot more, instead of saving them for when it's like for a panic situation or a particularly dangerous situation. And it's the same as people that complain that healers are supposed to be attacking in Final Fantasy XIV because they are not in other MMOs. Like, the only way for, like, the thing is, you might just not know yet that you're supposed to be using defensive cooldowns on trash packs and stuff. But it is a problem when people go, but healers don't need to do this in other MMOs, or, but tanks don't have to do this in other MMOs. No, but this is a different game than the one you played before. So, like, learn the game you're playing. Fernando says, I'm scared to use Living Dead as level 61 Dark Knight. Understandable. Living Dead is complicated. I can, if you watch this stream back from the very beginning, you'll observe that I tanked perfectly fine in before someone says, no, I was healing you in this dungeon and it was incredibly hard. And I didn't use Living Dead. Not once. That's not to say that you don't have to, like, that you shouldn't use Living Dead, or to say that it's bad to use Living Dead. In fact, it is better to actually use your resources, but if you don't have to use something, then you might not need to feel compelled to use something. And Living Dead is one of the hardest cooldowns to use right, because it requires that your healer reacts to it. My best suggestion here is consider making a macro that is like something like this, and use that like when you're about to like start running, so that your healer knows you're going to use Living Dead, because then if they know what Living Dead is, then they'll play around it. If they don't know what Living Dead is, then you're in trouble, unfortunately. But announcing it helps a lot. And the reason why it's so scary is because you actually need the healer to let you die for it to work. But a really important tip I want to give about Living Dead is... I want my my drawing overlay real quick for this. Like this, I think. That'll do. Maybe. No, actually, let's do like this. So, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, Coco. The floor is crazy slippery today. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Coco. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right, I was saying, so you use Living Dead. That means that for 10 seconds, you're safe if you die. Like, that's okay if you die. If you're just about to die and then Living Dead runs out, then you're in trouble. When you die, then you get this effect instead. Which means that for the next 10 seconds, whenever you hit anything with a GCD attack, which means if you use an AoE attack, it counts each individual target, you heal for an astronomical amount. Basically, it takes 4 or 5 targets hit to fully heal from this. So if you're using Living Dead on AoE, you just go Unleash, and then you have full HP. Now, the problem here is that what will happen is you use this, and then this activates, and then instantly, almost like this. Your HP resets to full, and then you get this effect. Now, if you were a warrior, you would have bloodwetting, which means that when this buff runs out, you can just heal yourself to full. But you're not a warrior. You're a Dark Knight, which means that you don't have any ability to actually heal yourself up again once Undead Rebirth activates. Like, you can't actually do anything with that. Like, so if you drop down to 1 HP again, then your healer has to fix it. Because you can't unless you save like Abyssal Drain, but that won't be enough either. So you actually need the healer to intervene here. What that means is that the way that Living Dead actually works in a dungeon AoE pull context is when you use Living Dead, you're safe, then you quote-unquote die, then you hit and you fully heal. Like, basically use Benediction on yourself. And then this is irrelevant. This doesn't do anything. This doesn't do anything. You might as well use a defensive cooldown now, once Undead Rebirth activates. Which is also what No Home Like was about to say. That was basically what I was getting at as well. Undead Rebirth doesn't do anything because you can't heal up again. So unless your healer's planning for it, so like I would recommend, if you're going to use Living Dead, that the instant that Undead Rebirth activates, you use a defensive cooldown. The healer should basically, if you tell them that you're using Living Dead, I think I said that in my video on that subject as well. If you say you're using Living Dead, then the way the healer should approach it is, if they can do something to help you for free, they can still do that. Like a scholar can still put Adloquium on you. That's free. A white mage can still put regen on you while you're pulling. That's basically free. They can do that. If it doesn't cost them anything, they can do that. Like a sage can keep Cardia on you. It doesn't matter. It's free. But once you use Living Dead, they should of course stop using extra, even if it's free, to make sure that you actually die. But they can give passive healing that comes for free to postpone when you have to click on Living Dead. But the instant you click on it, they have to go, okay, hands off. Cardia is probably fine, but other than that, like, hands off, let the Dark Knight do their thing, and the healers should just like stamp the brakes on healing until they see this. When they see Undead Rebirth, they can go back to healing again. It's like, basically, when a Dark Knight says I'm using Living Dead, it means that the healer stops doing anything beyond free healing that would happen anyway, until they see Undead Rebirth. Or until they see that this is going to fail. Like, that is the big nuance here, is that if Living Dead fails to activate, then you're in trouble as well. Fernando says, question, do you ever use Living Dead as a panic button, or is it typically pre-planned like you're describing? Sometimes it is pre-planned. But I will usually gauge whether I need to use it, because it's easier to use my other cooldowns. And as BSR says, I'll vouch for Living Dead being pretty much unnecessary. Dead Ends with Kai and Dark Knight was easier to heal than most Dungeon Finder Duty Finder tanks, especially that spicy second pull. Well, there you go. Thank you, by the way. So I would say, if you feel like if you're going into a pull and you're like, I need Living Dead for this pull, then it's better to be upfront about it. If you're like, well, usually I don't need Living Dead for this pull, then you can save it for a panic situation. But even when you do, there's a reasonable chance it'll fail. The reason why it's important to announce that you're going to use Living Dead is because if you don't announce it, then it massively increases the chance of it failing, because your healer might not be ready for it. And I do a massive percent, like a huge percentage of the content I do in a week, I do with people that I know. Like, I will do a huge amount of, like, daily roulettes with friends. I'll do these on stream. Small Kai on stream, and in those cases, if I'm going to use Living Dead, I'm on stream, I know there's usually like up to like 5, maybe sometimes on a bad day there can be up to 10 seconds of delay for some people, but I'll usually be like, oh, I will use Living Dead soon, or I have my finger over Living Dead, like announcing I'm ready to use it in case we need it. Which gives whoever happens to be healing me the heads up that it might be coming, so look for it. And given that I know that a lot of the people watching these streams are like frequent viewers of my videos, most of you know how Living Dead works. So when I say I'm going to use Living Dead, then I have a pretty good understanding that you know what I mean. But if I said it to a random group, I couldn't trust necessarily that they would know, which is why I'm generally avoiding using Living Dead with randoms. BSR says I was half expecting Living Dead on second and last pulls of Dead Ends. I will say, BSR, I didn't say that, but I was ready to use Living Dead if I dropped low enough. I just observed that I didn't need to. Like, I didn't drop low enough to feel like I needed to. So I was ready for it. I did notice I lost quite a lot of HP in the last pull. But again, it didn't drop low enough. Darth says they should make Undead Rebirth a very obvious spell effect that shows up for everyone. Like a big shadow 3 times the size of a character model, and it changes color to red when you go Phoenix mode. I feel like that seems a little excessive. I think the real problem here is that Living Dead is an ability that I think this particular subject doesn't come up too often. By the way, hey Rico, hope you're doing very well. This aspect or thing called burden of knowledge. The particular example I heard about this was in the context of Dota, I believe. There's this character, can't remember what it is, that has this ability called, I believe it's called Rupture. And what it does is it puts a debuff on someone, and if they move, they take massive damage. If they don't move, then it does nothing. But you're just supposed to know that, right? Like, as the user of Rupture, you know what your ability does. You know how you're supposed to use it. You use it at a time where the person really wants to move, and the person getting targeted with it obviously starts taking a massive amount of damage, causing them to want to flee, which is movement, which causes them to die. Yeah, Bloodseeker, thank you. This is called Burden of Knowledge because the reason you lose that exchange is because you don't know Bloodseeker, which is not even your character. You can probably see where I'm going with this. Living Dead is Burden of Knowledge for the healers because the healers are just supposed to know what the Dark Knight's button does. You see where I'm going, right? You see how this is a little bit of a problem. The reason why I remember this, the context of this was, I believe people were annoyed that Rupture, like, I can't remember if it was League of Legends context or something, but people were like, they missed actions, like abilities like that, like Rupture. And the response was that it was not very good for game design. Like, Burden of Knowledge is not super great game design. In like depending on context, right? You could argue that a Savage boss fight is basically Burden of Knowledge from start to finish. You're just supposed to know how the fight works, which is maybe not the same. Steven says, what are we running next? We finished, so we're just having a little bit of like a wind down at the end. Hope you're doing well, by the way. And yeah, exactly that. It's basically like the ability that Scathach uses in Dunscaith. But yeah, it's Burden of Knowledge is kinda considered like, I would say, it appears to be generally like seen as like bad game design, depending on context. Like, if other players are supposed to know what your action does, then it should be incredibly obvious what that action does. And Living Dead isn't very obvious with what it does. It's not very upfront with it, at least. And it stands out so much because it's like the only action that works like that, right? Like, it's the only one that has this particular problem, I'm pretty sure. Maybe there are other examples, but I'm pretty sure it's the only one that actually requires that other people play around it specifically for it to even work. Yurien says at least you can actually resolve Living Dead on your own now. True. And exactly, Maluxia. That was also my point in my tanks from a healer's perspective. Video that I mentioned, that a tank who's keeping their invuln until they're low and saving all other cooldowns look identical to a noob tank who's not using any defensive cooldowns whatsoever for no reason. They look the same. In fact, a warrior who's like, I save my bloodwetting until I'm almost dead. The healer's just supposed to know that they don't need to heal me. Why are they casting Cure 2? That idiot! They look the same as a warrior who uses no defensive cooldowns. And they exist. A particularly hilarious example of that is that, so I mentioned earlier in the stream that I have like a series of shorts. I have like a short for every job where I demonstrate like an opener. For some of them, the opener that is generally like accepted. But an opener to like show off how the job kind of works. Both for people that are like deciding on a job to play, but also to give like a general overview if someone is like getting into the job, like 1 minute and you have an opener that you can do. Like, that should be something everyone has time for. Maybe it's not the perfect one for the particular boss you're doing, but it's better than nothing, and it's better than no opener, right? For the healer videos, because their openers are, you know, there's not very much on that, I instead made a video demonstrating how to make the most of your cooldowns in an AoE pull. So like, how do you do a big AoE pull effectively as a white mage, as a scholar, as a sage, as an astrologian? And the funny thing with specifically the astrologian one, because astrologian are extremely extra in a dungeon, like, you can set up horoscope, celestial intersection, grab a card, grab a minor arcana, drop that earthly star into the distance, and you can also set up like aspected benefic. You might even use neutral sect into aspected benefic for an even bigger shield. All this before the fight has even started. And to set up horoscope, you would need to use aspected Helios. So like, you're setting up like 4 buffs before the fight has started almost. And a lot of people, multiple people in the comments were like, why do you bother with all this when the tank is a warrior? Like, this demonstration is pointless because you're using it on a warrior. Like, we cannot see how valuable this demonstration is because it's used on a warrior. And the thing is, I was demonstrating how it was done incidentally on a warrior, but the warrior was a random. And I checked back that footage. That warrior didn't use bloodwetting. Like, these people were like, in the comments like, why are you spamming all this healing on this warrior who doesn't need any help? Meanwhile, in the actual video footage that I recorded, the warrior wasn't using the defensive cooldowns very well. Which means that I was correct in using all of my healing. Like, I was actually doing the right thing in going, like, all out, just in case. Oroxia says, I'm wondering what invulns would be like if they placed sort of a pre-buff on you that you can pop manually, or it auto-pops at low HP and gives you the actual invuln once it pops. That would be strange. And probably very overpowered. It reminds me of, I believe it was in Wrath of the Lich King, Paladins in World of Warcraft, tank Paladins could take a talent called, I believe it's called Ardent Defender, which had the effect that when you die, you just get put to 35% HP and get like a 30% or 50% damage reduction or something like that for 10 seconds. Instead of dying. Which is totally balanced, of course. Well, Darth, my general recommendation here, and this comes from the fact that I know I can do this, is if you use your bloodletting very aggressively, like right at the top of, like, you round up all the mobs get to you, you drop to like 80% HP rather quickly once they smack you, then you use bloodletting, full health. That's not very valuable, but here's the thing, if you wait until you're at 50%, the only difference is those 30%. And you delayed the next use of bloodletting by however many seconds you waited until you reached 50%. So if your healer is spam healing you, so you can't drop to the point you want, just use bloodletting earlier. Like, if the healer reacts when you drop below 80%, then use bloodletting at 80%. So the healer stops doing that. And usually the argument warriors come with when I say to use bloodletting earlier is, but I can't keep myself alive if I don't wait. Like, I need the healer's help if I use bloodletting too soon. But that's weird because I don't. Like, I don't have this problem. Which is why I'm saying just use bloodletting earlier. By using bloodletting earlier and kind of wasting it a bit, you're implying that you have so much healing that you can waste one. And you have so much healing that you can just throw one just to prove that you can. And Darth, that, like, I'll say 50 to 60% is a reasonable time. But if you use bloodletting sooner, you can use bloodletting again sooner. Like, I kid you not, most pulls I do as a warrior, I will use bloodletting. I'm just using it to demonstrate here. And then when this ticks out, then I use Vengeance. And usually, by the time Vengeance ends, the mobs are nearly dead or dead. So I can choose to use bloodletting again after that, if I need to. Or I can just use Equilibrium. Equilibrium will be ready for the next pull anyway, so it doesn't matter. Like, what I'm saying is, bloodletting is amazingly good. Amazingly good. But you don't need to get full value out of it. Like, you don't actually need to use it that late, because the fight is over. Like, the fight will be over. Like, I've actually had cases where, like, like, Gathel said, I'll use Living Dead, and I'm Sage, so by the time they use Living Dead, they heal to full, and then the mobs are dead. So, I'm just saying, I don't think you need to greed that hard on bloodletting. That's what I'm saying. And I say that from the perspective of, I don't need to. Like, I know I can get away with that. That's the thing, is that I'm not just like making up all this advice that I'm giving my videos. It's based on what I do. Thank you, Traverse. Bloodwetting is amazingly good, and that's the problem. Basically, the reason why white mages sometimes wait until you're nearly dead to use Benediction is because Benediction heals you fully. Which means that the only way to get full value out of Benediction is to use it when you're actually at 1 HP. See you, Girahin. But that's not going to happen very often. Bloodwetting also is basically Benediction 4 times in quick succession. It's so strong that what I'm saying is, if you're waiting until you're at 50% until you use Bloodwetting, you're only getting more value out of the first hit. The 3 subsequent ones are the same. It's just that you delayed those 3, which means that you're essentially getting less value because those 3 came later than they could have come. Dart says, maybe my habits are because I seem to always get over-aggressive healers in roulettes that don't know Bloodwetting exists. I'm assuming you mean overly defensive healers who spam heal you? I don't have that. I see them sometimes, but I see them a lot less. And I think that there might be that, like, as I said, Darth, is if your healer starts spam healing you when you drop below 80%, then you can make your healer do more DPS by making sure you're not below 80% HP. That healer's going to heal you anyway. There's nothing you can do about that. It will be an enormous task for you to stay at above 80% all the time. So the best you can do is make sure that they don't waste too much time healing you. And if you make sure you don't drop below 80% as long as you can, then you can make sure that the healer's attacking for as long as they can. Thea says, is Bloodwetting lifesteal as good as Dark Knight Invuln? So, Bloodwetting lifesteal only Bloodwetting healing heals only for a fourth of the healing that the Living Dead version does. Something like that. But the thing is, you still heal fully as a result. It heals for an enormous amount. That's why the Living Dead version is so hilarious, because it just goes full health, whereas Bloodwetting goes full health on AoE. And basically, the thing is, Darth, the healers that heal you, that let you drop to 50% and then don't do anything because they're like, well, you have Bloodwetting, they need to learn they can trust you first. And they don't know you when they enter the dungeon. So they have to assume you're an idiot until you prove them otherwise. That's why my advice is use Bloodwetting early and often. You'll get 2 of them in each pull if you use them immediately. If you use the first one immediately and then like tide you over with Vengeance or something, you get another one after Vengeance. And if you can't survive that long, you can use Equilibrium, and Equilibrium will be ready for the next pull. Like, it will. And if it isn't, that's because your DPS is amazing. And if it is, and it's ready too soon, then it's because your DPS is bad. And then you need to use, to be more aggressive with your defensives. But it's genuinely because the healers need to learn whether they can trust you. And being predictable is a very helpful part of being a tank. And it's more predictable if you use Bloodwetting at a predictable time. You said you do it at around 50%, but some healers feel like they need to act before that. Which is why I'm saying, basically, once you start taking damage, just use Bloodwetting. As I said, if you're at 80% and you use Bloodwetting, then you will heal 20% of your HP plus the first hits. And then you'll heal the second hits. And the third hits. And the fourth hits. Like, that's what you'll heal. If you use Bloodwetting at 50%, then you will instead heal for 50% of your health, and the first hits, and the second hits, and the third hits, and fourth hits. So this, like, you're only healing 30% more of your total health by delaying it several seconds. And if this causes your healer to feel compelled to use Cure 2 once, then it was better to do it at 80%, because your healer lost DPS as a result. It doesn't matter whether you know that they didn't have to do that. You're playing around the psychology game of understanding when they will stop attacking to heal you. And that's what it's actually about. Like, instead of viewing it as, this healer's an idiot because they're healing me when they didn't have to, see what it takes to make them not heal you. Apparently this particular healer has a mechanic where they start casting Cure on you when you drop below 80%, so you use Bloodwetting when you're before you reach that point, which is a little tiny bit wasteful perhaps, but it's very small, honestly. And again, it means you get Bloodwetting again sooner. So it doesn't really matter. Like, the reason why I'm having a hard time saying, oh yeah, if you use Bloodwetting immediately, you would also get another Bloodwetting guaranteed, like just +1 Bloodwetting, is because often fights are over when Vengeance ends. Like, fights don't last long enough for the second Bloodwetting. But if they do, you'll be happy you had it. Eric says, I don't want to derail this conversation, but I have a question from the flip side. As a healer, how do you deal with a paladin who won't stop casting Clemency at half HP? You make sure the paladin doesn't drop below half HP. Same solution. Exact same solution. If you're a white mage, that can be incredibly annoying because that means you have to use Benediction when the paladin reaches 50% HP instead of 30 or 20. If you're an astrologian, it's incredibly annoying because you can't use Essential Dignity optimally because the paladin refuses to drop below 30%. If you're a scholar or a sage, then it's kind of whatever because you're going to heal them anyway. But yeah, that is the same problem, different solution. Just exactly, Eric. Accommodate to them. If you're a genius at your role, you're a genius warrior, you're a genius healer, your genius tank, your genius DPS, whatever it is, if the other players play weird, then you can make the most of the group. You can try to communicate, which is what Darth says they have tried. Like, they say, trust the Bloodwetting. Like, that is also a way to do it. I said I had an incredibly funny experience as a sage with a warrior that said, please let me die, I will use Holmgang. And lo and behold, they used Holmgang like half a second before they would die, and then they used Bloodwetting, and they used Raw Intuition because it was Academia and Ida, they were level 80, and healed like half a second before they were again going to die. Like, they did it perfectly, and because they said, let me die, I, the healer, went, okay, well, you asked for it, and I didn't do anything until Raw Intuition ended. When Raw Intuition ended, I was like, oh, right, Caracoli. Like, now it's my turn, but most of the mobs were dead, right? But I waited. And that's an incredibly effective way to demonstrate to a healer that you know what you're doing. So for the rest of the dungeon, I didn't do a thing until I had seen Raw Intuition run out. Like, I didn't do anything until I saw Raw Intuition run out, because I knew what he was, and I knew he knew what he was doing. He was really good, right? But he had to prove that to me, because I'm the healer and I don't know him. He doesn't even know if I'm good. Like, that's the thing. You have to remember that when you queue into random content, you're a stranger to everyone else. You know that you're incredible. Or maybe you don't. Maybe you're not. Maybe you know that you're not incredible. That's also a possibility. But you know what you're capable of. Everyone else do not know that, and you don't know them. Which is why when you see a warrior that isn't using no defensive cooldowns, and they drop really low, there's two possibilities. And depending what healer you are, there's the possibility that the tank is going to use bloodwetting, so you don't have to do anything. Or the tank is not going to use bloodwetting, and you're late. So the tank is going to die. And if the tank dies, there's two possibilities. Either, one, they don't say anything. Or there's actually three possibilities. One, they don't say anything. Two, they say, oops, my bad. And three, they blame you for not healing them. So, like, that's the thing, as Eric said, just accommodate to them. If you can try to communicate with your party, they might not always want to communicate with you. If they do want to communicate and teamwork, then you can work it out. If they don't, then the other alternative is remember that the other players in your group are also boss mechanics. That black mage who keeps standing in the AoE without using mana ward, that's a boss mechanic. If you're a tank, like a warrior, you can help make it easier on the healer mechanic by using Nascent Flash on the black mage, either in advance or after the fact to heal them back up. That warrior who isn't using bloodwetting at all, for some reason, that's your problem. Because you're the healer, perhaps. You have a tank that is really bad at holding AoE aggro, you're DPS. Now that's your problem. Do you AoE less? Or do you deal with it? Like, how do you deal with it? And just accommodating to what your group is doing is often very effective. Especially if you're not in the mood to teach them. And I'm just going to say, Darth, it's not like I've not had the heal bot healers. I've told this story before, but I had a run in Lapis Manalis with a white mage who basically never attacked. Like, they would maybe shoot one glare if they stood doing nothing for over 5 seconds. But they would do nothing for 5 seconds and then go, I think, yeah, glare seems like a good idea now. Boop, and then use it once. And then it'll be like, oh, Regen is running out on the warrior tank. I better fix that. Oh, Medica 2 is running out on the party. I better fix that. Oh, I have Divine Benison. I should put that on the tank. Like, they just, like, maintained everything for no reason. And after the first... I mentioned it very briefly after the second trash pack. And... after the first boss, I mentioned, after the first trash pack, after the first boss, I brought up again and said, try and not heal me. Like, just try this pull, don't heal me at all. I can do it. Like, just trust me, I can do it. Don't heal me at all. They sent a smiley face. And then they healed me anyway. So, like, I've had them. It's not like I'm like living in this fantasy universe where all the healers are just amazing and I'm like, oh, well, you're the idiot. No. It's specifically my advice about using bloodwetting slightly earlier than you might want to is specifically because I have very little problems with healers spamming heals unnecessarily. And I have a feeling that there might be a correlation there with me using so much healing myself that they're like, oh, there's no reason for me spamming heals. He seems to have got it covered. In the story, healer's defense on cooldown benison is more than most white mages do. Well, sometimes you don't need to do anything. Recently, I had a run in Fell Court of Troya with Gazel tanking as Dark Knight, by the way. And I was white mage. I put Regen on Gazel as they were pulling. I put Divine Benison on them as they were pulling, of course. I would, if I had Asylum available, I would put it down when we reached our destination, and then it would just, you know, go Presence of mind, holy, 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 holy. And I didn't actually have to do anything other than that. I just literally just spammed holy until the mobs were dead. With a Dark Knight tank. So... Maluxia says the 10% healing applies to the self-healing from bloodwetting too, doesn't it? Maybe. I'm actually reasonably confident that it doesn't. And the reason for that is that I seem to recall a while back that I tested Thrill of Battle, and Thrill of Battle, which increases healing from actions by 20%, didn't affect bloodwetting. Specifically the healing, the cure potency from bloodwetting didn't work. Specifically. And the context there is that I tested if Thrill of Battle, like how snapshotting worked. Like, the way snapshotting works is that if you use Thrill of Battle and then Equilibrium benefits from the heal over time effect from Equilibrium will receive the benefit from Thrill of Battle. But if you use Equilibrium first and then Thrill of Battle, then Equilibrium's heal over time will not be affected because Thrill of Battle was not active when you used Equilibrium. So you would have to go Thrill of Battle, then Bloodwetting, and then I observed that I didn't receive 20% more healing, and 20% is quite substantial, so it should be rather obvious. So here I'm healing for, you know, over 9,000. It's really weird with it. I'm testing it now to be sure. So if I'm not healing for... See? Same healing amounts. I didn't drop below 8,000. Over 9,000! But yeah, basically I healed for the same with or without Thrill of Battle. So it doesn't work. Eric says, I guess because Bloodwetting provides the healing, not the weapon skill. I really don't know, but yeah, that might be it. That it's because it's saying, well, Bloodwetting is the thing healing, and that's the action you used. Something like that. Dal says, my personal feeling on it is, if you use it too early, Bloodwetting, unobservant healers won't notice, so it won't matter. Maybe that's not correct, I don't know. Unobservant healers will not notice if you use it too late either. Like, unobservant healers will not be looking at your buffs. Like, they'll just be seeing, oh, he's dying! And that's it. Which means that the unobservant healer might glance over at your health bar and go, oh, he's still at full. And then just keep attacking. Whereas if you drop low, then they start looking at you. Like, then now you've caught their attention. Now they're like, oh, he's actually dying. I need to keep healing him. If you don't actually drop low enough for them to actually start watching you like a hawk, then they might never notice that they could have healed some health on you that you lost. Potentially. The thing is, we're talking about people here, and each person is different. Fernando says, what are we testing? So what we were testing is Bloodwetting's cure potency. Is it affected by Thrill of Battle's healing increasing effect? The answer is no, by the way. Zav says, there's definitely dungeons and pulls where the tank not using mitigation is pretty much a death sentence for most healers. Correct. And in those pulls, they might have to already be healing the tank when they drop below 60% or 70% to be able to keep them alive long enough to finish the pull if the tank is not going to use any defensive cooldowns. It's like, that's generally the problem here, is that by using your cooldowns too early, or quote-unquote too early, you're using them aggressively early, you are indicating for a healer who cares that you're using defensive cooldowns. And you know what you're doing. Or at least you're using defensive cooldowns enough that they don't have to know what you're doing for you. Like, what I'm getting at is using Bloodwetting like 2 or 3 seconds too soon might mean that near the tail end of the fight, the healer has to heal you a bit. But you and the healer will figure that out together. But if you don't, then the healer might already be planning, oh, he's not using defensive cooldowns, I have to keep him topped up, because I can't save him if he drops lower than this. So if, like, the thing is, if you need to drop below 50% so you don't need any help, then if the Sage has to, I don't know, use one Rio Holy as a result of using Bloodwetting at 80%, does it matter? The Sage is probably happy that the Rio Holy didn't go completely to waste. They'll probably use something else anyway. Like, it's also the same argument with White Mage, which we talked about earlier, that people, like, some people complain they find it annoying to have a White Mage as their healer because it messes with your defensive cooldown timing. Well, if you didn't need the healing from the healer, then you absolutely don't need a 7-second hallowed ground unprompted from the healer. And since you don't need it, then it's free. Meaning you're even stronger. Like, yes, you wasted Bloodwetting if you used Bloodwetting during the holy stuns. But then again, whether the White Mage is to blame for you being immortal or you're to blame for being immortal, doesn't matter. You should probably use Vengeance after the stuns anyway. Art says, are there healers who put that much thought into looking for defensive cooldowns but don't know what each tank can do in general? Yes! There are actually healers who watched my video on tanks from a healer's perspective and went, oh, okay. Now, there was actually someone in particular that said it was a little hard to follow because you didn't actually say that much about what each icon meant. Like, yes, it's good to know that a good tank will be using, like, cycling through the defensive cooldowns, but I don't know what Shadow Wall looks like. Or Nebula looks like. By extension, they might not know what Bloodwetting looks like. So, like, they will actually have to, like, be actively playing and then, like, see the buff and then go, oh, what's that? You know, the magic mode, magic card style of going, can I read that? Like, what's this? Can I read your card? In the middle of active combat. But the problem is, if you add to your macro, you're like, trust in Bloodwetting, to try and explain what Bloodwetting is, it's too long. It's too long. It's just not the time to learn it. So yes, there are absolutely healer mains that have no idea what your cooldowns look like. They might, like, eventually learn it. They might also just put 2 and 2 together and go, well, when I see this and this and this buff on the tank, then they have full health permanently, so I don't need to do anything. Or they read the tooltips. But they have to start somewhere. Cyremux says, as Dark Knight, you're missing out on an essential part of your rotation when not using the Blackest Night. Absolutely. And some Dark Knights just decide to not use it for some reason. But it is hard for these kinds of things, the tutorials, because I'm pretty sure... Oops, that was not what I wanted. Isn't there a tutorial that pops up when you get TBN because it adds this thing? But the problem with these pop-up tutorials is people often don't read them. Yeah, exactly, Shiro, and that's... should be in the help menu of your action list. Oh, there it is. Thank you. You see, this symbol indicates that the Dark Arts effect has been granted. This occurs when the barrier applied by the action the Blackest Knight has absorbed the full amount of damage. Yet, even though it's right here, it's right here on basically page 2, there are Dark Knights that genuinely believe TBN is a DPS loss. Yeah, exactly, Shiro, that the I plan to use Living Dead thing only works if the healer knows what that means. Only if they know what that means, and that circles back to the burden of knowledge thing, right? Vivi says, I was thinking about this today. Is there ever a tutorial in the game to tell healers how to tell which debuff can be cleared with Asuna? Yes and no. This one, I believe, actually has an NPC say in text that you can remove debuffs with Asuna. But it does not say the thing about the blue line over removable debuffs. They just say that you can remove debuffs. And then incidentally in this particular guild hest, all the debuffs that are applied are removable, which means that you learn nothing. The only thing you learn is Asuna is an ability, that is a spell that exists, and it can remove debuffs, apparently. Exactly, Mick. That was a kind of what I was getting at as well. It isn't really teaching you the thing it needs to teach you, and it's a guild test. Derby says, or pulsing attack bars being interruptible. That one too. And that one has no tutorial. You know what the closest you get to a tutorial on that is? The pulsing cast bars. The pulsing cast bars indicating something is interruptible was implemented in Shadowbringers. All actions that interrupt spells, or, casts now, like interject, before Shadowbringers, they just silenced the enemy for 1 second, which had the same effect, but it didn't say interrupt, so it was like, there was no indicator for you to know that something was a spell, so you kind of just had to guess, maybe this is a spell I can silence. So in Shadowbringers, they added this mechanic. The closest you get to a tutorial, if you were already level 70, is in the first pull of Don Meg. Note, the second dungeon of Shadowbringers, not the first, the second. The frog uses an interruptible spell, and the frog is immune to stuns. So the only way to stop it is to interrupt it. That is the only way to stop it. And you might want to stop it because the cast it uses buffs the particular mob it's using it on by a huge amount, which makes the big AoE pull a lot harder, just because you missed that interrupt. But that's the closest you get to an actual interrupt tutorial, because the mob literally only lets you succeed by interrupting it. Like, the only success is interrupting it. Exactly, like Hermes. And like a lot of bosses, a lot of enemies have interruptible attacks before that. In fact, the final boss of Tamtara Deepcroft, those 1 second water cast he does, like, if you click interrupt, like, as he, like, in the frame he starts casting, you can actually interrupt it. It doesn't do anything because he just casts water again 1 second later. But you can interrupt it. Zab says that requires that the tank or whoever notices the Bob is casting something. That is also true. Darth, isn't that the Shadowbringers solo duty? Where you're playing our friendly catboy, who just so happens to have a giant AoE spammable interrupt? Saramuk says, I saw this video about Hall of the Novice, I forgot by who, but they mentioned something how there should be a Hall of the Intermediate and or Hall of the Expert. The idea is good. The problem is that nearly everyone who does Hall of the Novice, they do Hall of the Novice for the gear, much less so for the teaching. So they wouldn't do Hall of the Intermediate or Hall of the Expert unless it came with loot. And they might not learn anything from it, because they're there for the loot. Silverman says, I do Hall of the Novice for the XP ring. There you go. There's also another thing. A really, I like mentors. A really weird interaction that I discovered. It's future Mythbusters episode, by the way, a little look in the future. If you interrupt a cast, like with an interrupt, the mob will actually not start, even consider starting attacking you until the cast would have finished. So like if they're casting a 5-second cast time spell and you interrupt them 1 second in, they will stand there for an additional 4 seconds before they even think about attacking. If you interrupt them 4 seconds into the cast, there's only 1 second left, they'll give you that additional second, but they will attack after that as normal. Which means that it is actually optimal to interrupt early, because that 1 interrupts the enemy, and 2 puts your interrupt on cooldown sooner. Which is why I tried to interrupt the mobs in Thea that you saw as early as possible, because it made no difference. Exactly, Thea. Interrupt as early as possible, it costs nothing. However, if you're going to interrupt something by stunning it, stuns don't have this feature. And I know that because I spent quite a while stunning something with Blue Mage's 1 second stun Perpetual Ray. The mob will attack immediately after the stun ends. So it's a special feature of interrupts that they actually force the enemy to just stand there. So it's actually like an extra stun, depending on how you use it. And yep, exactly, Silvermint. Hall of the Novice is very outdated. Maluxia says people that do Hall of the Novice might also be the kind of people to look up a guide or something. I'm guessing what you mean is people that do Hall of the Novice specifically for learning probably also look up guides. Cole says, I think you should have to pass a test to unlock Limit Break. What do you mean? You're the Warrior of Light. And yes, exactly, Darth. A lot of people that understand interrupting inherently might be coming from WoW, where you would interrupt as late as possible, specifically because the mobs don't have this particular wrinkle in their design. In WoW, they'll attack immediately. Yeah, as I was about to say, Silvermint, correct. Howl of the Novice is very outdated. It says that enemies are less likely to block from, are less likely to, they have trouble blocking attacks from the back and the side. What they mean by that is back in A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Ward, you needed different amounts of hit chance increasing stats to be sure you landed all of your attacks depending on where you were attacking the mob from. Uh-oh says, it's been a long time. Does the game direct you to the Hall of the Novice at any point? When you unlock Sastasha, they're like, oh, there's this guy called the Smith. And suggest that you could. But that's basically it. Joel says, is that actually when Limit Break unlocks? Limit Break is available in Zastasha. But the ultimate weapon fight is the fight where you will... That is the first time you'll have a chance to use Limit Break 3. Zav says, only time I remember someone wasting LB was when a tank was spamming it every time it was available. Actually, I have a pretty cute story about that. I think I was playing healer in Siren Song C, and I had a tank. Can't remember what they were playing. I think it was Dark Knight. I don't remember if they did it early in the dungeon, but specifically on the final boss. The final boss wound up to cast a raid-wide attack, and the tank reactively used Limit Break, BAM! To protect us against the AoE. And I was like, hey, can I talk with you for a minute after the fight? Can you just not leave immediately? And I was like, okay, sure. And I believe I had also taught him some other things like cooldown cycling and stuff like that throughout the dungeon. So like, we already had like some rapport, right? He already knew that I was well-meaning. So we finished the boss, and I'm like, why did you use Limit Break there? And he was like, well, there was a raid-wide attack coming, and I should use it, right? I should protect us with my Limit Break. And I said, well, the logic is sound. You have the right idea. However, that Limit Break bar is our Limit Break bar. So if you use it, then the rest of us don't have one. And for the most part... if you need to use a tank Limit Break, you'll know. Like, if you actually need to use a tank Limit Break, you'll know. Because you wouldn't have survived without it. And I don't know if that changed how he played, but he seemed to get it. And we went from that with a good experience. And yeah, exactly, Mick. He was thinking. He was actually going... oh, my Limit Break actually reduces damage from AoEs, so I can protect my team with this. So, like, that's also why I was like, he did the right thing, it was just that it turns out that it wasn't exactly right. Cymox says another thing about mitigation. When you mentioned outdated mechanics, enemies have physical and magical damage, and the only tank that can mitigate magical damage nowadays is Dark Knight. Well, I'm guessing what you mean is... Indeed, Arid. I guess what you mean is that they're the only ones that can specifically target magical damage mitigation. However, that's not true, because Unbreakers also have Heart of Light. But yeah, Heart of Light, Dark Mind, and Dark Missionary are the things that specifically reduce magic damage taken, and also Fey Illumination for some reason. No, those are the only ones. All defensive cooldowns that just say reduces damage by X, of course, hits both physical and magical. The only thing that only targets physical damage is parry, as No Home Like also mentioned. This is because you can block magic, but you cannot parry magic. And this, basically, everyone has a 10% chance to parry for 15% damage reduction on physical attacks. And Camouflage changes that to 60%. But it only works on physical damage. And there's also the extra detail that blocks cannot reduce the damage of dots. So, like, that's also something to consider. Imagine getting in a fight with a wizard and you just parry the spell right back at him. And yeah, that is true, No Home Like. I believe those are called I believe it's called unique damage when it has like that green POW. Usually it's like hard enrage mechanics or failed DPS check mechanics, those kinds of things. They will do like just 9 damage and you can't stop it. Nope, not unaspected. Unique. Unaspected is still magic. Like unaspected is just composite magic damage. Some also call it darkness damage, but I do believe in the patch notes that they specifically called it unique damage. A particularly hilarious example that I found of unblockable damage is the second boss in Doma Castle, the four-wheeler thing. Its stack marker does, I think it's like 12,000 damage spread between everyone, but it ignores damage reduction. Now, you might be wondering how I discovered that. And the answer lies in my solo challenge stream VOD, where I did Doma Castle. That was an incredibly hard fight, because I just had to have the HP to take that every time. And I had to just use my damage reduction to reduce other damage. So, you can never be sure. That's actually the reason why whenever I go into a fight in the solo challenge streams where I'm like, well, they have this hard enrage mechanic and I might just die to it. But I have survived hard enrage mechanics before because it's like, oh, it only does 30k damage and I have 32k, so I can live that. Or, oh, it turns out you can reduce damage on it, so it's possible. Or, oh, invuln works on this one and things like that. So you can never know for certain until you actually see it. Like, for example, we did the Hell's Lid earlier. The turtle at the end. That thing where he puts up the Chelonian Gate shield and you have to like, it's a DPS check, but it's a very mild one. If you fail that, he doesn't kill you. He just does damage, but you can survive it. Quite handily, in fact. You can easily survive it as a warrior. Synced. So it's not a DPS check. And I learned that because a warrior can't make the DPS check. Darth says, isn't unaspected damage mostly an artifact of damage elemental types like Blue Mage still has, but it has been removed from normal content? Well, it is nowadays. It is mostly like a thematic thing that fire spells technically do fire damage, and sometimes it matters. It's really rare, but sometimes it matters. It often matters on Blue Mage because of their festival, like their mass carnival thing. But sometimes it matters. A particular one that I ran into that is really funny is that one of the bosses in Palace of the Dead summons zombie ads that are weak to wind damage. So if you cast Emerald Ruin, Emerald Disaster on them, they just drop dead. Like just boom, dead, compared to doing anything else. And this is significant because because those spells, so Emerald Ruin and Emerald Outburst, I guess, have been put into the game after Palace of the Dead. So that means that Emerald Outburst does wind damage, like actually does wind damage. Also, good night to you again, Ymir. It actually does wind damage when it is an Emerald Outburst and not just Outburst. But it is more and more common that new spells are unaspected. I think the reason for that is more so because as we get crazier and crazier spells, you get spells with like a combination of elements, like Paradox should do like frost fire damage or something like that. But because Final Fantasy XIV doesn't really care about those things, it's easy to just call it unaspected, right? Sometimes it matters. A particular example of where it sometimes mattered is this spell is uniquely special and was useful in some masked carnival stuff. Deals physical fire damage. That means it's physical damage, but it does fire damage. It's so specific. Derby says you could also say the fire and ice cancel each other out. And yeah, JK, it's probably the 150 boss. But, yeah, it's mostly just like a thematic thing, you could say. In fact, whether something is physical or magical at all has a tendency to not matter that much in most content. It's just there. Like, the only time for actual buffs that it matters is that Embolden only increases your magic damage. Your own magic damage. Which, by the way, also means that if two red mages use Embolden at the same time, they get both buffs. Because the magic damage buff and the all damage buff are two separate buffs. Isn't that something? And why does that matter? Because Flesh, Contra Sixt, Core, Displacement, Engagement, and technically the unenchanted versions of your melee attacks do physical damage, which you can see because they don't say they do unaspected damage. And their Feint and Addle also have separate effects, but that is not player damage. So, like, Red Mage is like the one job where this matters. Summoning a rock and hurling it at people would classify as physical damage, convince me otherwise. I agree. That is also actually the reason why when I have a boss, when I'm fighting a boss that does something like, I don't know, a body slam, for example. Like we saw earlier with the big fish with legs in Aetherfront, that I use Dark Missionary anyway. Because, I mean, this is earth damage. Which is basically an earthquake, right? Body Slam being a raid-wide AoE suggests that it's dealing damage with an earthquake. So that's earth damage, right? Nope. That's physical damage. So it's difficult with this. It would be nice if attacks indicated what element, like what type they were as they were being cast. A lot of things. Now, with that said, if you enjoyed the wonderful people in the chat in this particular stream, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join. You can find the weekly schedule there as well, where you can see what else is coming up this week. Like, for example, the video I have coming up tomorrow about why we might actually not want worldwide data center travel yet. We might not be ready for it yet. There are other potential problems that could crop up. You can also find the announcement room where you will see the links to new videos, new streams, whatever it is, when they come out. You will also be able to, you can also go to the role assignments room and grab the role reminder. And if you do, you'll get a notification whenever I post these videos, post a schedule, whatever. You'll also get a notification around 15 minutes before stream starts. So if you're having trouble catching the streams when they start, you could do that. And if you did enjoy this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on the stream, because that tells YouTube that you enjoyed this particular stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. And remember, if you want to support me and the channel, there's the you can become a member. Like you saw, there was some gifted memberships earlier. There was also, at the very start of the stream, we had a new member as well, on their own volition, which is very wonderful. You can also use the super chats and all that, and if you don't want to use the YouTube system, there is also a Ko-Fi link in the description if you fancy. You don't have to become a member or anything to get the content on the channel. All of the videos are there. There's at least as far as I have done so far, there is no member exclusive content. But yeah, if you want to support the channel, those are options. And with that, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye!